आवाज नहीं उठा हाँ ये चलो करो ये चालू शायद चलो सर अभिषेक करो कैमरा आगे बराबर है सर
Good morning to you all. I welcome you in a 2 days international conference conducted by the Faculty of Commerce and Management, Place for Higher Learning and Research, Dada Ramchandra Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, a premier institute of higher education. To dispel darkness, it removes ignorance, fear, and failure. So let better than another. Listen to the inward voice and bravely obey that. Do the things at which you are great, not what you were never made for. Ladies and gentlemen, Dada Ramchandra Sindhu Mahavidyalaya is celebrating its golden jubilee this year, and as a part of celebration, Department of Commerce and Management has organized this 2 days international conference. In this inaugural function, we welcome our erudite and elite guests who will share their knowledge and experiences with us, which I am sure will go a long way in building a professional acumen. May I request
Honorable
Honorable
Dr. B.M.
Dr.
Pense, Principal
Principal
of a
of
college,
our
to
college,
welcome today's
welcome
chief
today's
guest,
chief guest,
Dr.
Dr.
Vinayak
Vinayak
Deshpande, sir.
Deshpande, sir.
Next, I request Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir,
Vice
Vice
Principal
Principal
and
of the
Convener of the
conference, to
conference,
welcome Dr.
welcome
Vikhil
Dr.
Bhuani,
Vikhil
sir,
Bhuani, sir,
who is the
who is
chairman
the
of Hindi
chairman
Hindi
of the
Vidya Samiti and is going
and
to
is going to
preside over the
preside.
conference. I request
I
Dr.
request
Anand
Dr.
Thadani,
Anand
sir,
Thadani,
Vice
sir,
Principal
Vice
and
Principal and
also the
also
convener
the
of the
convener of the
conference,
conference,
to welcome
to
our guest
welcome
of
our guest
honor,
of honor,
Dr. I.P.
Dr.
Keswani,
I.P.
sir,
Keswani, sir,
General
General
Secretary,
Secretary,
Sindhi Hindi Vidya
Hindi
Samiti.
Vidya Samiti.
I request
I
Dr.
request
Mukesh
Dr.
Kaushik,
Mukesh
sir,
Kaushik, sir,
to welcome
to
another
welcome
guest of
another guest of
honor
honor
and one of the
and one of the
sponsors of this
sponsors of this
conference,
conference,
Mr. Madhu
Mr. Madhu
Mohta.
Mohta.
May I
May I
request
request Dr. Rubwani, sir, G.J. Rubwani, sir, to please welcome Principal Dr. B.M. Pense, sir. Honorable Directors and dear participants, let us know from Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir, one of the conveners of the conference, as to what this conference is all about, why this topic, and what's the importance. Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir.
Giving glory to the Almighty God. I, Satish Tiwari, convener of this international conference, take the privilege to brief you all about the conference. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, Vice Chancellor, G.S. Raiswamy University, Bharat, Honorable Dr. and Chairperson of this inaugural session, Honorable Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Vidya Samiti, and guest of honor of the inaugural session, Dr. B.M. Pense, sir, officiating principal, Dada Ramchan Babu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Dr. A.K. Thadani, Vice Principal and convener of the International Conference, Dr. Milind Shinkade, Vice Principal, sir, Dr. Yogesh Bhote, IPSC Coordinator, my dear colleagues, students, and all the participants virtually present with us. A warm welcome and very good morning to you, one and all. Atmanirbhar, Self-Reliant India is a phrase used and popularized by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the Government of India in relation to the economic vision and economic development in the country. The term is used as an umbrella concept with regard to making India a larger and more involved part of the world economy, pursuing policies that are efficient, competitive, and resilient, that encourage equity and being self-sustaining and self-generating. Honorable Prime Minister focused on 5 pillars to make India self-reliant. The pillars are the economy, infrastructure, technology-driven system, vibrant demography, and demand. In the era of economic globalization, with more interdependence among the countries and the facilities of digital marketing and communication available, it is difficult to think that any country can survive in isolation. On the contrary, the countries with the availability of global trade facilities and faster means of transport look at those countries wherefrom they can import quality product at a lesser cost and save precious foreign exchange instead of setting up a costly manufacturing hub for their domestic needs. So, a country is said to be Atmanirbhar if it is produced sufficient amount of goods and services for its domestic needs along with the surplus for export to earn foreign exchange, so that it can import the goods that it is unable to produce or can produce at much higher cost, which may incur losses. need not necessarily manufacture each and every product required by it. On the other hand, it will prefer manufacturing and processing more such products which it can do with expertise at low cost and the demand of which is globally more. At the same time, it cannot indefinitely dependent on the such countries who are dumping their low quality goods and are destroying the industrial growth of the improving country. The concept of benefits of scale, availability of nature, and skilled human resource, expertise in manufacturing and processing of products in home country, judging the domestic and global demand. Always help the countries arriving at the decision whether manufacturing the products is beneficial or the required items should be import while focusing on manufacturing and exporting the surplus items. To focus on this topic, the conferences explore various international and social political aspects and challenges of Atmanirbhar Bharat during the current period of distress due to COVID-19. The main objective of the conference is to initiate, encourage, and exchange domestic and international communication and collaboration regarding self-reliant India. By bringing up together the eminent speakers, scholars, researchers, leading academicians, entrepreneurs, and industrialists from all across the globe. It aims to help in identifying the recent trends and innovative strategies used by various industries and businesses in order to grow, expand, and enhance their competitiveness. It aimed to make participants understand the fiscal policy and relief measures provided to various industries under the visionary Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and the result of such economic reforms in post-pandemic period. It unfolds the concept of boosting Make in India, something and strengthening the Indian venture for global competition. Its efforts are to reveal dynamism in the concept of localizing the local product to get global recognition. It helps in ascertaining the competence of different sectors to potential reliance. It aims to foster broadly accepted research that will advance the theory of commerce and management in the light of the scheme Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. I will end this with two lines of Atmanirbhar Bharat anthem. हमसे बेहतर हम बोलो वंदे मातरम. हमसे बेहतर हम बोलो वंदे मातरम. आत्मनिर्भर हम हैं. बोलो वंदे मातरम. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. It is always a matter of great pleasure and pride privilege to felicitate a person who has accomplished what normally people do not. Let us take this opportunity to felicitate an illustrious academician and administrator, Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, chief guest of today's function and a keynote speaker. Dr. Vinayak Deshpande is presently the Vice Chancellor of G.H. Raisoni University, Amaravati. Formerly, he was the acting Vice Chancellor of Rashtra Tukolji Maharaj, Nagpur University. He was Pro-VC, Director and Head of the Department of Business Management, RTM, Nagpur University. He has a huge teaching experience of 37 years. He was the Assistant Director of Academic Staff College, Officiating Registrar, Dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Management, President of International Center for Cultural Studies, Chairman of Board of Studies of various statutory committees, Member of Senate, Management Council, Academic Council, and Board of Examination at RTM, Nagpur University. He undertook and completed successfully 11 major and minor research projects sponsored by NABARD, Government of Maharashtra, and UGC. He is a PhD supervisor, and about 32 research scholars have been awarded PhD under his supervision. He authored many books, published more than 100 research papers and articles. He chaired and conducted many seminars and conferences, delivered more than 60 keynote addresses. Let us felicitate Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, a great administrator and an eminent academician, May I request Dr. Vicky Rugwani sir and Dr. I.P. Keswani sir to felicitate me. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Madhur Mota, guest of honor of today's function, the man who emulates the organizational values, professionalism, and entrepreneurship. He is an MBA and presently a CEO of ASA Agrotech Private Limited. He has worked in the corporate world in several companies in different roles. He actively oversees the development of the company by contributing to the areas of business development, corporate finance, and strategic planning. His huge commitment augmented the interest of stakeholders in the company. May I request once again Dr. Vinki Rugwani sir and Dr. I.P. Keswani sir to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Madhur Mota. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you so much. Now, I deem it my great pleasure to invite Dr. Princess, an erudite person, a techno-savvy man, and a fine crisp speaker, principal of a college, to speak a few words. Please, sir.
August as marked by presence of Honorable Dr. Vinay Deshpande, Vice Chancellor of G.H. National University in Kraudi. Guest of honor, Mr. Madhu Mohta, who is CEO, ASA, Advocate, President of Function, Dr. P. M. Kumani, Chairman, SHBS, Guest of honor, Dr. I.P. Keswani, General Secretary, SHBS, organizing team, faculty members, and enthusiastic online participants. Certain concepts are worth living. It is more important how much we apply them in our day-to-day life. Self-reliant Bharat is one such concept that needs to be realized with a priority. Leading to practical transformation is dependent on the degree of conviction with the concept. This international conference is a step towards opening ourselves to Swadeshi and Atmanirbhar concepts. Theme and sub-themes are well accepted by our institute as a matter of implementation. In today's functions, welcome samplings are handmade, locally made, and supports women entrepreneurship. So this was something which we adopted from the concept which we did. This conference is not only a mark of institutional path of 50 years, golden jubilee. It's not only that, but it's indeed is our effort in celebrating 75 years Mohammed Mansoor of this nation. In the role of host, I thank and welcome all participants, eminent speakers, chairpersons, different sessions, and sponsors for creating this event an opportunity for academia to understand Atmanirbhar ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Madhur Mohta, sir, a guest of honor, to share his knowledge and experiences with us. Mr. Madhur Mohta.
students and teachers, everybody. What we do, everybody does. But what we do, we should do the best. That is what we focus mainly when we talk about Atmanirbhar. The major problems what India is facing right now towards taking the economy to a larger scale is not just the companies which are working, but those people who are contributing to these companies believe that these people should be more creative, more analytically strong, and they should be a problem solvers. In our company, basically what we do, what we hire the kind of people, we don't take them on the basis of the educational backgrounds. We think and we strongly believe that persons should have analytically strong backgrounds, intellectuals, they should know about the subject, even they should be a problem solver. So basically, when we talk about growing the companies and taking to the new heights, these people contribute equally with the directors and other people in the organization. What we do, I'll just give you a brief about our company. In 2014, our vision was something we were acting as a traders to invest markets. But then we had an opportunity to take over one company who already had a business in US. From there, we took over that company. We thought that we would not be acting as a traders, rather than entering into the world of retail market. Now, for the last 5 years, we have been associated with one of the biggest MNCs in the world, Walmart. We as a company, I don't think much of you must be aware of what we do. We are the largest bird feed manufacturing company in India. Not only in Nagpur, but in India. When we talk about bird feed company, yes, our facility is approved by United States Department of Agriculture. And none of our consignments which goes out from India is stopped in US for any of the reasons. There is a certain criteria laid down by the US governments wherein any of the containers or any of the consignments which our company sends, those are immediately taken and got to release more. Walmart has a very exhaustive kind of business, but very easy go business. They are completely into digital mode. I would rather be a kind of situation that these particular digital marketing companies, the digital mode companies which are doing business in US, India would take another next 8 years to come bring into those levels. So my only means I would give an importance to the people that rather than being focused more on educational backgrounds, thinking on like what all subjects I have to cover, I have to go give an interview, what people will ask, leave all that behind. Try to think beyond what is expected. In this, I would like to close this. As I have done MBA, so for everybody, MBA is Master of Business Administration. But I think MBA is beyond, it's mastering beyond academics. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mota sir, for sharing your experience, knowledge, and motivating the participants to do something which nobody expects. Go beyond that. Thank you. A man known for his knowledge and expertise in the field of higher education, a great administrator and a fine speaker, who with minimum words exert maximum influence, is our beloved Dr. I.P. Keswani sir. General Secretary, Sindhi Vidya Samiti, who is also the guest of honor of today's function. By profession, he is a mechanical engineer, passed out from prestigious Vishwesvaraya Regional College of Engineering, Nagpur. A very illustrious academic record he has. He was taken in merit in Maharashtra State Board HSC exam. He did his PhD in service quality and has more than 50 research papers to his credit in various international and national journals. He recently superannuated as professor and head of industrial engineering at RCOEM, Nagpur, one of the most sought after engineering college in the region. Now he is working as adjunct professor in the same college. He is already associated actively with Indian Institute of Engineers, IST, and Institution of Industrial Engineering. May I request Dr. I.P.K. Sponsor to please address the gathering. Dr. I.P.K. Sponsor.
At the outset, I welcome you all to this temple of learning, which is present here on this dais on this parallel function of this conference is our chairman, and the attention to the grandson of Bharat, who has president of this committee. Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, chief guest of this morning's function, Shri Adil Moharji, Shri Pense ji, Sir Devani Professor Ladani, Sir Shyam Bhavani, Sir Rashid, Sir Chandani, all heads of departments, within Sarkar, learned faculty members, and my dear students. See, the theme of the conference is self-reliant India. How can we have an approach towards it? How can we become self-reliant? Who doesn't want to be self-reliant? All Atmanirbhar nahi hona chahiye. All dependent hona chahiye. Nobody wants to depend. Sabka dependent on the rat race. Somebody has a car, your house is 2 minutes distance from the workplace. Now, as soon as you buy a car, you become dependent because you don't have oil. Biggest expenditure of जितना हम उसको यूज करेंगे, जितना हम यूज करेंगे, उतना हम डिपेंडेंट बनेंगे. Best practices use the cycle. Atmanirbhar exercise भी करेंगे और that we have habituated ourselves to be slaves. Mahatma Gandhi was the first person who started this movement of self-reliance. आपको याद होगा, आपने हिस्ट्री में पढ़ा होगा, तो उन्होंने कपड़े जो थे सब लोगों ने चला दिए, अपना बाहर विदेशी क्या था, self-reliant. On the face of it, it will appear that you are not making any progress. But that gives you a lot of independence. You want to be independent. You have to live with limited means. You have to reduce your needs. He used to say that there is enough for meeting everybody's need, but there is very less for meeting everybody's need. सबका जो लालच है उसके कुछ भी नहीं होगा. जरूरत है सब कुछ है. But that apart, see, if you had this journey of going towards Charkha, I sometimes imagine if everybody had started like that, then there was a danger of becoming a country like Soviet Union. जो कि एक iron curtain country है, जिसका बाहर लोगों से कोई ताल्लुक नहीं, they do not export not many items, they only export the natural resources of oil. आपने कभी सोवियत की कार देखी ना? आपने कोई रशिया का कोई प्रोडक्ट यूज किया है? तो वो भी ठीक नहीं है. Recently I heard you must treat Nassim Taleb with a scholar. He said that you have to be very careful with the countries that have nuclear bombs, but do not export cars. क्योंकि वो कोई प्रोग्रेस रिलेशन नहीं है. डिस्ट्रक्शन लोग कर सकते हैं, किसी से लेना देना. So living inside your cubicle also is very risky. Our country, you know, yeah, East India companies from हम लोग डरते थे विदेशी कंपनी को यहाँ आने के लिए. It was Rajiv Gandhi and Narasimha Rao. They started the first manufacturing Hero Honda. You know, पहली बार इधर के मोटरसाइकिल बना, और भी पहली बार कार बनाने आए. अदरवाइज तो एम्बेसडर ऑफ स्टेट के सवाल आपके पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं. और कोई कंट्री ऐसा नहीं है जहाँ पर एम्बेसडर जैसी कार बनाने वाला आपको चैन की न्यूज होता हो. उसका कुछ था ही नहीं. 5 बार उन्होंने कार मॉडिफाई किया और लॉन्च किया, न्यू मॉडल एम्बेसडर आया, सिर्फ उसका लेवल चेंज करते थे, मार्क 1, मार्क 2, मार्क 3, मार्क 4. But then, see, if you are isolating yourself from competition, you are becoming incompetent. एक पिंजरे में रखा हुआ शेर, हम लोग पिंजरे के जैसे शेर थे, आपस में अपने आप में थे, जंगल के शेर से मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते. But then the economy got opened, forcibly opened, because हमारे पास में गोल्ड गिरवी रखना पड़ता, इंपोर्ट करने के लिए पैसे. That is how we started opening up the economy. और आप आज देखो कितनी कॉम्पिटिशन है, कितने सारे कंपनीज हमारे क्रिएट हो गई है, वर्ल्ड कॉम्पिटिशन बेस पर. Suzuki exports maximum number of cars. So therefore, you have to be self-reliant, but you have to be very competitive also. ऐसा नहीं कि आपकी competition आप अपने आप की छोटा कर लो, आप competition नहीं ले सकते. So it is a two-way sword. We cannot be self-reliant unless we are constantly dependent on oil. So government is starting the electric vehicle, promoting the solar power. We have enough of solar power. There are many countries which are independent of, you know, they don't import fuels. Look at Netherlands, they have solar fuel cars. So I importing them. Many countries are shifting towards this renewable energy sources. So you also, as you know, if you want to become entrepreneur, you have to constantly look for the opportunities of doing business. As Mr. Atmanirbhar said, that there are opportunities and opportunities. You should be able to take the advantage. And let me tell you, entrepreneur is a person who cannot be hired. You can hire any kind of skill. You can hire a manager, hire a doctor, anybody. But entrepreneur is someone who does this. Your entrepreneurship skill is such which cannot be hired. He is innovative. हर calamity में उसको opportunity देती है. आपने देखा होगा जब नोटबंदी हुआ तो मेरे पास ऐसे लोग आते हैं पैसा कमाया, earn money. Even in pandemic there people have earned money. हर difficult situation में एक आपको बहुत बड़ा मौका मिलता है. So don't be afraid of difficult situations. Even war has created fortunes for the arms exporters in America. And that is how the economy will roll. इकोनॉमी में जापान में लोगों को गवर्नमेंट पैसे देती है खर्चा खर्चा होते ही. हम लोग क्या शादियां वादियां नहीं होती तो कुछ इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगी. Similarly, if there are no wars, America will collapse. And if America collapses, means we declare the world order. पूरा country, पूरा world का economy collapse. Therefore, war is also necessary. Growth करने. And invention. If you look at any invention, it was not the war. Or even जितने भी inventions हुए हैं, वो जो force to do something. And all technology has been developed at the time of war, and which has common peaceful applications later on. Internet transition was war situation. हर चीज war situation. Human civilization has to. हमें डॉक्टर साहब को मालूम है हमारे जो अंदर पेट्स है इसमें इतना सारा फाइटिंग होता है बैक्टीरिया का survival of the universe is dependent on internal fightings. आपके डिपार्टमेंट्स में देखो आपके इंटरनल फाइटिंग बट उससे कॉलेज बढ़ता है. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have given a wonderful address to the participants. That there is an opportunity everywhere in the calamity too. Moving forward, we have with us a famous pediatrician, an eminent social worker, a great motivator, and an able administrator, Dr. Bharat sir, who is the chairman of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. He is the vice president of Maharashtra Medical Council, Mumbai, a member of excuse me, I missed the link. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request our elite and most illustrious chief guest of the function, Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, an able administrator, a great academician, and versatile speaker, to please deliver this speech. I know that you have the keynote address also, sir, but a few words, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
President of this inaugural function, Dr. Guest of honor, Mr. Madhur Mota. Just now, we have listened to the wonderful speech relating to self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat and Ishwar Keswani, principal of this great institute, Dr. B.M. Pense, Dr. S.P. Satish Devaniji, Haraniji, all the faculty members of this institute, my dear students, friends. I feel really delighted that Dada Ramchandra Mahaprabhu Mahavidyalaya is organizing international conference on self-reliant India, building competitiveness, global collaboration. I must congratulate the institute for organizing this wonderful conference on the topic which is very close to our heart. Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we talk about the different dimensions which we came to know today with the speakers, Madhur Motaji and Dr. Keswani, how you can become self-reliant, how creativity is important to have a self-reliant. The most important thing which I feel is about the dependent. और जितना dependent आपका बढ़ता जाएगा, उतना आप आत्मनिर्भर कम होते जाएंगे. और मैं समझता हूँ कि इसलिए हम बोलते हैं कि हमको बुरी आदतें नहीं लेना चाहिए. बुरी आदतें रहे तो हमारा डिपेंडेंस बढ़ते जाता है. एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम पे हमको सिगरेट पीना ही पड़ता है. एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम पे हमको करना ही पड़ता है तो हम डिटेन हो जाते हैं. And that is how we become dependent on something else. And when you become dependent on something else, then obviously you can't be Atmanirbhar. और इसलिए जेल जाना यानी बहुत डिसिप्लिन लाइफ रहता है और जो भी जेल में जाता है उसको एक टिपिकल टाइम पे ही करना पड़ता होगा इसलिए हम समझते हैं कि वो आत्मनिर्भरता नहीं है वो दूसरे डिपेंडेंट होते जा रहा है और इसलिए उसके इतने सारे डायमेंशंस है जो हम आज ये जो हमारे अच्छे स्पीकर थे के माध्यम से हमको पता चला और उसके अलावा उसके इकोनॉमिक डायमेंशन but those social dimensions are equally important to understand, particularly for youngsters. And that would help us to find out how one can become self-reliant by following our own principles, by following our rules and regulations, and then we need not depend on the others. That is the central idea about the self-reliance. But of course, during my keynote address, I will try to give you different connotations and how economists look at the self-reliant India and what steps need to be taken in order to become self-reliant. And whatever the policy framing at the moment we find from central government, how we are going to achieve that and what are the challenges. These are the issues which we'll be discussing in detail. I must thank the organizers for inviting me for this inaugural function. और वाली जी आपने इतना अच्छा आज सुबह सुबह हमारा सत्कार किया और सत्कार उसी का किया जाता है जिसने कुछ सरकार ने किया है और ये सत्कार की वजह से मुझे सत्कार करने की जरूर एक मोटिवेशन मिलेगा. So I am thankful to the organizers for this felicitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, and the last, I would again repeat the sentences. Just. Okay, here with us is Dr. Kumari, sir. Please. Chief guest of today's this international conference offers a person whose name we have heard since years in the academic field. Pandit, the General Secretary of Sindhi Indian Vidya Committee of the Swamiji, Honorable Shri Bhutaji, Mr. Kense, Mr. Devani, Mr. Adani, Mr. Sham Vani, all the faculties of this institute, delegates and dear students. Now, there was a day in April 2021 when there were only 5% of ventilators which were available. And the requirement was huge, There were people who were in the queue for ventilators. Now that situation, we can imagine, the reason was very simple and the only one because we were dependent on other countries for ventilators because ventilators were imported from other countries, especially from the China. And that particular medical emergency taught us that we should have an actually this we learned from that pandemic, but this Atmanirbhar Bharat, this voice is very it is from a long time, as Dr. Keswani also said in his speech. Mahatma Gandhi used to say Swadeshi Bharat, but somehow at that time, उस समय वो शायद implement नहीं हो पाया इतने वर्षों में. The reason was poverty. क्योंकि for becoming an Atmanirbhar, हमें पहले अपने पास में कुछ assets होने चाहिए, और इसीलिए किसी तरीके से हम इस चीज से रह गए. आज we again are in the line of getting the same thing which we thought 75 years ago. मैं समझता हूं कि we all know that now our present prime minister, उन्होंने ये जो नारा दिया है लोकल फॉर वोकल और अपने आप को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना, तो आत्मनिर्भरता जो होती है starts from our house. हम अपने घर में जो अपनी चीजें बनाते हैं, then it goes to our village or city and then to the district and then our state and the country. कहीं ना कहीं अभी डॉक्टर मोहता, मिस्टर मोहता, he just he can be a very big and good example for many of us. कैसे हम अपने आप को एक प्रकार से एस्टेब्लिश कर सकते हैं. आज वो इतना बड़ा एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. So for becoming and making this country Atmanirbhar, I think there should be an intent, एक willingness होना चाहिए हम सब में, और there should be an inclusiveness. हम सबको एक प्रकार से सबको समाविष्ट करना चाहिए, and of course investment is a part of it. वो बहुत जरूरी है. और once we become an Atmanirbhar, हमारे देश में जो पॉवर्टी है उसको कम करने में बहुत बड़ी मदद मिलेगी. हमें जो बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है हमारा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का, उसको हम सॉल्व कर पाएंगे. आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक व्हिच ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैव केप्ट टुडे. यह बहुत जरूरी था, एंड आई एम प्राउड ऑफ ऑल ऑफ यू दैट our college has been organizing such type of events in the past also, and we also are lucky to have Vinayak Deshpande ji, who happens to be a very good academician, to be a chief guest of today's function. We are also lucky that we have our own, our General Secretary Vinayak ji, Dr. Keswani, Ishwar Keswani ji is he was HOD of industrial department. So somehow, because he is related with industrial department, academics, it becomes a great help to our institute also. So we have got multiple advantages by means of which we are having such type of events, conferences. Our staff is also very dedicated. Our commerce faculty is doing a good job. So once again, I congratulate you on this organization of such a wonderful and useful topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. You just now have heard Dr. V.K. Rupwani, sir, who has many social works to do, and he is doing it. He has restricted me from telling about him, but he is the chairman of the Vidya Samiti, and he is the governing board member of Maharashtra State Blood Transfusion Council, Mumbai, president of Thalassemia Society, director of Thalassemia Sickle Cell Center, to name a few. Thank you very much, sir, for your presidential speech. Thank you. Now, every great event ends on a thank you note. To propose a formal vote of thanks, I request Dr. Bhavna Chaudhary ma'am, assistant professor, to come on the stage. Bhavna Chaudhary ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thankfulness is the beginning gratitude. I, Dr. Bhavna Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, deem it a privilege to propose a vote of thanks today at this inaugural session of the International Conference. So, to begin with, our most sincere thanks goes to our honorable management of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti for granting us the permission to organize this conference. Our heartfelt gratitude towards the chief guest of today's inaugural program, Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir, Vice Chancellor, GH Raisoni University, Amravati, who, despite his extremely busy schedule, accepted our invitation and honored this program. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence. Our most humble thanks to Dr. V.K. Rupani, sir, Chairman, Sindhi Vidya Samiti, and also the chairperson of this inaugural session for his valuable time and ever encouraging words. We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, and also the guest of honor of the inaugural session for his precious presence and words of wisdom. We are extremely grateful to Shri Madhu Kota, sir, CEO, ASA Agrotech Private Limited, one of the sponsors and also the guest of honor for his contribution towards the conference and his motivational words with the tagline, "My dear students, masters beyond academics should be taken as a neutral form for it." Our warm thanks to Dr. P. Pences, sir, officiating principal of the college, for the introductory remarks. Events of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months in advance. Our deep sense of gratitude and appreciation towards both the convener of this international conference, Dr. S.P. Devani, sir, and Dr. A.T. Khadani, sir, for their untiring efforts, continuous supervision, and constant striving towards the refining process. We would also like to thank Dr. Milind Shankari, sir, and Mr. Manoj N. Pedivar, sir, Vice Principals, and Dr. Yogesh Bhutte, sir, IQAC Coordinator, for their support and guidance. Our warm thanks to Mr. T.T. Rupani, sir, Head, Faculty of Commerce, for his never-ending encouragement and support for the program. Our profound appreciation towards the entire organizing team of the International Conference. I would be failing in my duties if I do not acknowledge the contribution of Dr. Jayant Bharti, the dynamic master of ceremony for the inaugural session. I have a deep sense of gratitude towards the entire teaching as well as the non-teaching staff of the college. At last, but not the least, a warm thanks to all the lovely participants who are present here and also those who have joined us virtually. I beg your pardon if I have missed any one of the names. Thank you very much. With the permission of the chair, I declare that the inaugural session here comes to an end. Within some time, we will begin with the keynote address to be delivered by elite Dr. Vinayak Deshpande. Participants, please remain seated.
वीडियो में दिखना चाहिए आपको, वीडियो भी दिखना चाहिए, शो वीडियो करो। उसको टिक कर दो अभी। पता चलेगा।
आ रही है सर आवाज? देखो हेलो हेलो, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
महेंद्र आ रहा है, उसको कॉल किया।
हेलो
आ रही है आवाज?
हेलो,
हाँ आवाज आ रही है। हेलो हेलो।
हाँ नवीन सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ मुझे भी आ रही है आपकी, एकदम क्लियर आवाज है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। हेलो हेलो। आ रही है आवाज? मुझे भी आ रही है आपकी। ठीक है,
ठीक है ना सर, मैं देखता
हाँ
हूँ।
एकदम क्लियर है आवाज।
आपके पास नहीं है? ये मेरा नहीं, आपने दिया रख दिया। हम कॉल लगा, इसमें से आवाज आ रही है। हाँ क्लियर तो है। आपका फोन है?
वाईफाई तो है, अभी चालू हो गया।
Hello, hello, hello.
हेलो हेलो सर, क्लियर है आवाज? आप बोलिए कुछ।
हाँ सर,
अब बोलिए।
सर आ रही है?
अब एकदम लाउड एंड क्लियर।
सर आ रही है?
हाँ सर, लाउड एंड क्लियर।
सर आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आपकी आवाज क्लियर है, लाउड एंड क्लियर। हेलो,
हाँ सर।
विल स्टार्ट सर।
Welcome back, everyone. Now I take the honor to invite the elite academic chair and an extremely intellectual personality, Dr. Vinay Deshpande, Sir, Vice Chancellor, GS Rice University, to kindly deliver the keynote address. Please, sir.
Thank you, man. After a wonderful inaugural function, let us now switch over to a business, serious business that is relating to self-reliant India. I again appreciate Dada Ramchandra Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya for taking initiative in organizing this conference. हमेशा हम लोगों को लगता है कि अच्छी चीजें जो है कॉन्फ्रेंसेस सेमिनार्स वो पुलिया की गुजरी होते हैं, ऐसा लगता है हमें। पर ये कॉन्फ्रेंस ने हमको महसूस करा दिया कि पुलिया की इधर भी काफी सारी एक्टिविटीज, अच्छी एकेडमिक एक्टिविटी होती है। और हमारा जो महाविद्यालय है गोल्डन जुबली सेलिब्रेट कर रहा है, मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई आप सभी को देता हूँ, इस महाविद्यालय को देता हूँ और ये महाविद्यालय ऐसा ही आगे तरक्की करे, ऐसी शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूँ। दोस्तों, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, that is self-reliant India, I consider this as economic ideology. It's an economic ideology for India's future. But this ideology is different from what we were trying to analyze so far when we were discussing about the economic system. So, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan package, there are 3 packages announced. So, therefore, it is Atmanirbhar package 1.0, Atmanirbhar package 2.0, and Atmanirbhar package 3.0. Like this, Finance Minister made the announcement of Atmanirbhar Bharat 3 times. That's why there are 3 different versions of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The first package was relating to giving some kind of relief for the small and medium enterprises, those who suffered during pandemic. So many good things happened particularly after pandemic, and therefore government tried to provide some kind of relief measures for the sectors which suffered a lot. Small and medium enterprises, they suffered during pandemic, and therefore relief measures were announced by the government. And one of the important measures was relating to 20 lakh crore package. Of course, that package was including previous fiscal measures as well as RBI's measures also. Then government tried to provide some credit guarantee of rupees 3 lakh crores. Government tried to identify stressed MSMEs, and for that, another 20,000 crores were announced. Like that, different schemes announced by the government in the first version of Atmanirbhar. There are mainly 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar package. These pillars we will be discussing in the country. As we can see that this Atmanirbhar, it can be interpreted in various ways. If we look at the traditional way of analyzing Atmanirbhar, so one of the most popular interpretation is import substitution. Import substitution मतलब आप import कम से कम रखिएगा ताकि दूसरे राष्ट्र से हमने ज्यादा माल नहीं लिया तो naturally हमारा foreign exchange जो है वो बचेगा, and that is how we can go towards self-reliance. So this is the traditional concept of self-reliance. So self-reliance means import substitution, and import substitution means do not import, but when you try to open the economy, then there are certain rates, tariffs, which have to be imposed. So import substitution, one of the ways is you increase the import tariff, you increase the duties, that people will be discouraged to buy commodities from the outside economies, or fix up the quotas. So quota restriction is one of the important ways with the help of which you can control certain imports. So there were quotas, there were tariff, there were custom duties, with the help of which you could increase the prices of imported items. And that is how government was trying to encourage domestic producers to produce commodities on their own without depending on others. That is what you consider as self-reliant. So it basically means depending on others in strategic areas. So wherever it is not possible for you to enter in that particular production process, then you decide how to have the imported goods and services from the other countries, and strategically you can decide for throughout all kinds of commodities you need not import. You can have the selective imports where you don't have any specialization or where you don't have sufficient resources to manufacture on their own. So are we talking about our second Swadeshi movement? पहली स्वदेशी मूवमेंट हमने देखी थी महात्मा गांधी जी के एरा में, जब फॉरेन कंट्रीज के कपड़ों की होली की गई थी. So that was your first Swadeshi movement. So Egypt's second Swadeshi movement, consuming goods which are made in India and only in India. और ये नए कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या सही में हम लोग इस टाइप के पॉलिसी की तरफ जा सकते हैं क्या? So Atmanirbharta, when we talk about, then normally we believe that don't buy commodities from the outside countries. Try to use the commodities which you can produce on their own. This is what we consider as the second Swadeshi movement. How far really we would be able to achieve that? What we have to understand that we are not inward looking. We don't want to cut off from the rest of the world. ये भी हमको आत्मनिर्भरता के कॉन्सेप्ट में समझना जरूरी है कि हमको बाकी राष्ट्र से पूरा डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं होना है. हमको दूसरे राष्ट्र से भी कुछ लेना है, हमने दूसरे राष्ट्र को कुछ देना है, और इसलिए आत्मनिर्भरता यानी कट ऑफ करना बाकी राष्ट्र से ये भी कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है. इसके बारे में डिटेल्स हम बाद में देखेंगे. So we want to produce goods that will be exported all over the world, and we want international manufacturers to come and make here. So आत्मनिर्भरता में हमने खुद ही हमारा प्रोडक्शन करना चाहिए ऐसा भी नहीं. पैकेज में इंसेंटिव्स ऐसे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए भी है कि जो बाहर के कंट्रीज से यहाँ आके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू करें. यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने के बाद जीएसटी और बाकी जो रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होगा वो हमारे सरकार को मिलेगा, और we will encourage producers from outside economies to start production here, and we won't import alone, but we will ask those producers to produce here so that we will be able to generate employment in our country. This is the central theme of Atmanirbhar. तो इसलिए ये मत सोचना कि इसमें पूरा हम जो बना रहे हैं वही हम कंज्यूम करेंगे. हो सकता है कि फॉरेनर्स भी आके यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करें, और उसका उद्देश्य है so that employment will be generated in our own country. If you buy commodities from the outside economies, then there is no chance of any kind of production, any kind of employment generation, any kind of revenue generation for the government. And therefore, we believe that in Atmanirbharta, we are trying to provide incentives not only for the domestic producers, but incentives for the foreign manufacturers also. So where we are not in a position to undertake those activities, that will be undertaken by the foreigners, and they will start their business here. That is how special economic zone and other kinds of concept that actually got introduced long back, where certain additional benefits will be provided to the multinational companies, foreign companies, where they can come here and start their business. Next slide. So why there is a need to launch this initiative? And what kind of self-reliant are we talking about? So these are certain questions which need to be considered. Why there is a need to launch this initiative at this particular stage? What kind of self-reliant are we talking about? Is this reliance on India while working with the world? यानी हम ये चाहते हैं कि पूरा बाकी जो राष्ट्र है वो हम पे ही निर्भर रहे. Are we thinking in that manner? Is it India taking step back? ऐसा काफी लोगों का कहना है कि ये यदि हो गया तो ग्लोबलाइजेशन का क्या हो जाएगा, और यदि ग्लोबलाइजेशन नहीं हो रहा है तो ये ऐसा तो नहीं महसूस हो रहा है कि हम फिर से पीछे जा रहे हैं क्या? और इंडिया एक्चुअली टेकिंग स्टेप फॉरवर्ड विथ आत्मनिर्भरता. Is India returning to protectionism? जो पहले के जमाने में था, प्रोटेक्शनिज्म ऐसा था कि आप टैरिफ बढ़ाओ, आप कोटा बढ़ाओ, और आप अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर लो इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी से. After globalization, countries after countries, they started slashing down import duties, they started slashing down custom duties, so that goods would be able to move from one country to another country in a free manner. But now we started talking about that let us come back and let us have certain duties on a higher side so that our producers, our manufacturers will be protected. I will discuss this part in detail. But turning inward, can economy go faster? And if we have this kind of Atmanirbharta, will it be possible for us to achieve the fastest possible growth? Post-COVID, certain things happen. But most important aspect which we have to remember, that post-COVID has shown deglobalization. Deglobalization, or it is also called as globalization with trade, where the then president of US decided to have some kind of restrictions on importing commodities from the outside world. Countries after countries, particularly after pandemic, started imposing certain kind of import duties so that there would be no free movement of goods. And that is how India also decided to have some kind of control. And then question arises that is it globalization, 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 or retreat to the globalization, or is it deglobalization? हमने ग्लोबलाइजेशन पे बहुत बात की और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था कि ग्लोबलाइजेशन की वजह से पूरे सब वसुधैव कुटुंबकम इस टाइप की चर्चा चल रही थी. But now with this kind of movement of Atmanirbharta and protectionism, will there be control on the overall process of globalization? कुछ हद तक जरूर इस पे थोड़ी नई गुणों की पाबंदी आ गई है. जिस टाइप का ग्लोबलाइजेशन पहले चल रहा था पैंडेमिक के पहले, उसमें काफी अभी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस आ गए और धीरे धीरे हम ग्लोबलाइजेशन को जिस ढंग से पूरा पूरा छोड़ दिया था वैसा अभी नहीं है. Many countries they have started imposing heavy customs, heavy tariff, and that's why we are experiencing very high level of petrol prices because there is no free movement. Even for certain basic goods and services, country is experiencing higher rate of inflation. And one of the important factors is obviously the increased amount of tariff and restrictions imposed on free movement of goods. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, so Atmanirbhar Bharat का मतलब दुनिया से जुड़े रहते हुए आर्थिक विकास के साथ लोगों के जीवन की गुणवत्ता को कैसा बेहतर कर सके, that is actually आत्मनिर्भरता. It's not कि आप अपने आप को सिर्फ रखो और बाकी जो राष्ट्र है उनसे कुछ भी संबंध मत रखो, ये उसकी कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है. And that's why I said that this is not the kind of Swadeshi movement which we used to talk about in the earlier period of time. There is a change in the whole concept, and therefore आत्मनिर्भरता यानी आत्म केंद्रित यानी सिर्फ खुद को ही देखना ऐसा न होते हुए at the same time you are trying to develop on your own, maybe by taking some kind of assistance from the foreign countries, but you are not closing your economy totally. And therefore many people feel that after corona this globalization is it going to stop totally. Because countries after countries, not only Atmanirbharta in India, but let me tell you, other countries are also thinking in the same direction, where they don't want to have the total dependence on the other countries, and that is how they may not be calling it as Atmanirbhar the way we are looking at it, but slowly you find that they are trying to insulate themselves from the other countries by imposing certain tariffs and certain restrictions. Next slide. So India's Atmanirbhar plan, we find out, will it work in that manner? This is just the data, you can go through it because I thought that probably too much amount of statistical information may not help you. But I'm just trying to show you that how the changes occurred, particularly during pandemic, and countries experience negative growth rates, and that actually was the problematic situation for the country like India. And therefore, when India was experiencing negative growth rate, it is decided that something needs to be done in the form of announcement of some stimulus packages for the manufacturing industries, for the service sector. So this is just the overall picture relating to how changes occurred, particularly during the pandemic, pre-pandemic. Let me tell you, pre-pandemic also the growth rate was not at a very high level. It was slowing down, and pandemic hit the economy to a great extent. Next slide. So when we talk about India Atmanirbhar plan, how how it can work. So India's inward turn, China, as we all know, that economically very powerful, and India is economically dependent. This is the kind of situation which we have to accept. We don't need anybody to sustain. This is what we consider, that whatever we are doing, we are capable enough to do economic activities on our own. And when economy grows, we produce a lot of things because they are demanded or demand comes from outside. And therefore, we undertake that kind of production process. So let us do it on our own market. And therefore, we started erecting tariff barriers, that is, imposing tax on goods which are coming from the outside economies. And that's why it is steered towards Atmanirbharta, where there is some element of protectionism also that we have to accept. But we want that whatever the manufacturing activities will be undertaking in our economy, we expect that foreigners will buy our goods, but we won't buy other goods. I think that is also needs to be re-examined. That never happens. If you cut off and if you try to impose tariff in order to control your import, others are going to react, and they are also going to stop your products also. And that is how the process of deglobalization in general it starts. Next. So trade is a game of partnership that you have to remember. Just try to find out because I can see it from here. Is this slide strategy trade is a game of partnership? Next, after that. Is it okay? Trade is a game of partnership. No? Just try to find out. मुझे थोड़ा सा लग रहा है आगे आगे trade is a game of partnership. Okay. I'll just announce the title and then accordingly interact. So, what we have to remember that when we talk about international trade, it is not alone one particular country which can enter in the process of trading, but ultimately it's a partnership. And therefore, how you are undertaking the trade relations with other countries, that matters. So if you raise your barriers, others react. So if you increase your tariff, others also feel that these countries they are imposing tariffs, so why not to control our imports also? And that is how you find that when one country announces Atmanirbhar, it looks very attractive for people like us, for Indians. But in the current situation, in the modern economy, we have to think what could be the repercussions of this particular process. And after 2019 pandemic, what actually happened to the trade? With Atmanirbhar, have we succeeded in increasing our exports? Or have we succeeded in controlling our imports? That also needs to be seen. Time period is too short, but I will try to focus attention on those issues also. Erecting tariff barriers after trade partners. Obviously, when you erect barriers, trade partners also get affected. So if you raise your barriers, others do it. And that is what we are experiencing now. You go for increasing tariff, you go for increasing import duties, others are going to react it. That is how US and other countries started doing it. So it's a process of what we call it as retaliation. And when that retaliation starts, you find that opening of the economy, slowly we go towards the closing of the economy. So philosophically we say that Atmanirbharta doesn't mean that we are cutting off from the other countries. But once you start importing tariff, that is bound to happen. And I will show you how our tariff rates picked up, increased over a period of time, particularly when we decided to have control over imports, our tariff rates started picking up at a very fast rate. And that clearly gives the indication that how we are trying to protect ourselves. And what On what basis we can say vocal for local? Because of strength of our consumers, 130 crores consumers. So what we believe that these 130 crores consumers otherwise also they are going to buy our commodities. So why to bother about capturing demand from outside countries? So we can go for Atmanirbharta because we have this 130 crores. And these 130 crores consider our strength. So we can safely go for Atmanirbharta without bothering what others are demanding it or not. Our own market is so huge that other countries will come here and they will try to capture our market. And therefore, government thought that let us have the Atmanirbharta concept. And that Atmanirbharta, we have to see how it is included in every concept that we'll try to find out. So GDP of India, we have to remember present situation. Government is trying to plan to increase $5 trillion economy. What is the present situation? Present situation is we are $2.9 trillion economy. That is fifth or sixth largest economy. This is our situation. We are going to be number one. We are going to be Vishwaguru and all these kinds of things which we talk about. But what is the present position? Present position is we are on fifth and sixth position, where our economy size of the economy, which we are planning to increase it up to $5 trillion. At the moment, it is $2.9 trillion. And therefore, Atmanirbharta concept, particularly from the point of view of the scholars, इमोशनली तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बट इमोशन के साथ साथ रियलिटी भी देखना पड़ेगा ना. तो इसलिए when we try to study certain issues, ये सब अच्छा है, no doubt about it. But as a scholar, we have to look at it from different perspectives. It's not just one particular thing which you can talk about, but we have to see the repercussions also. How much purchasing power in Indian economy? कितना है? $500 billion और $1 trillion. उतनी purchasing power है अपनी. बाकी कितने हैं? बाकी $5 trillion के करीब है. तो अपना मार्केट साइज टोटल वर्ल्ड में कितना है? $500 billion का. तो $500 billion के बेसिस पे पूरा हम कंट्रोल कर सकेगा एट दिस स्टेज पॉसिबल नहीं है. शायद 2-3 साल के बाद धीरे-धीरे जब हम उसकी तरफ जाएंगे तब हो सकेगा. So our market is much smaller than what we think, and therefore real effective purchasing power जो है, यानी क्रय शक्ति जो है हमारी, वो क्रय शक्ति डिपेंड करेगी कितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट हम जनरेट करेंगे, कितनी डिमांड हम जनरेट करेंगे, डोमेस्टिक डिमांड, उसके बेसिस पे हमारी परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ती जाएगी और इकोनॉमी विल अप्रोच टुवर्ड्स $5 trillion. आज नहीं है, आज है $2.9 trillion. और $5 trillion आने के लिए जो समय लगेगा, उसमें हमको वित्तीय आत्मनिर्भर भारत, हमको वो प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी जो है that we are trying to increase, and therefore the point which I am trying to make is that it's a game of partnership. और ये पार्टनरशिप का गेम रहने के कारण हमने यदि क्लोज कर दिए बाउंड्रीज, तो दूसरा रिएक्ट होना ही है और उसने बाउंड्रीज उसके भी क्लोज करना ही है. ये भी हमको थोड़ा देखना है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. What is the target for sustainable growth? Right. So firms to become productive needs imports at cheaper price. हमारे टाइटल में हमने जो कॉन्फ्रेंस की थीम ली है, उसमें कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट हम कैसा जनरेट कर सकेंगे उसमें है. So when we talk about that our growth needs to be sustained for a longer period of time, then every firm to become productive need imports at cheaper price. Manufacturing process कैसी हो रही है? You can't have each and every component of any product in your own country. आत्मनिर्भरता ये नहीं बोलता है कि आप पूरा डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाओ बाहर से. डिस्कनेक्ट न होते हुए जो चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, अहम है और हम जो नहीं बना सकते, वो कॉस्ट पे जो नहीं बना सकते, वो इंपोर्ट करना ही. And that's why firms to become productive need imports at cheaper price. यानी डिपेंडेंस कुछ चीजों के लिए बाहर की कंट्रीज पे रह रही है. IT and manufacturing sector grew rapidly. Pharmaceutical products, petroleum, software, this requires highly skilled experts. And then see the kind of sectors which are identified, those 10 sectors in the initial phase, they are all semi-skilled sectors mainly. For example, textiles, leather products, they are semi-skilled. And we are trying to have the exports for all kinds of commodities. But at the moment, if you see the composition of exports, then unfortunately you find that unskilled labor involved in those sectors, that export is not picking up. And this is the worrisome part, challenge relating to Atmanirbhar. Exports बढ़ रहे हैं, but if you see the composition of exports, then those exports are of very high quality products where you require capital intensive technology and not labor intensive technology. Therefore, when we talk about Atmanirbhar, we want that employment should also be generated, and for that, incentives are provided to the manufacturing companies, those who are providing maximum employment. That's why production link scheme is introduced by the government. What would be the effect of that? That we see. So wage rates in China, they are rising now. Earlier, this was not the situation. और चाइना कम वेज रेट्स में ज्यादा से ज्यादा उत्पादन कर रहा था. आज सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि चाइना की वेज रेट्स बहुत बढ़ रहे हैं और इसलिए कॉम्पिटिटिव सिचुएशन जो चाइना की पहले थी आज कम होते जा रही है. एंड दिस इज द टाइम व्हेन इंडिया कैन बी देयर बिकॉज़ आवर वेज रेट्स स्टिल आर कॉम्पिटिटिव. चाइना का वेज रेट्स बिकॉज़ ऑफ द अदर प्रॉब्लम्स दे आर फेसिंग, those wage rates are rising. And China is becoming less competitive, and therefore India has an opportunity to grow, but that need to exploit those opportunities. And exploiting opportunities with the help of Atmanirbhar by cutting or by increasing the tariff and by restrictions the imports, how to have the balance is going to be the challenge. The basic problem is that all kinds of commodities which we are manufacturing here, each and every composition components of the products are not of your own. Certain products need to be imported from the outside countries, and then I will show that where India stands now and where we want to go. That is how we can look at it from the point of view of the manufacturing process and the changes which are taking place. Next slide. What is the next slide? Ready? Global supply chain. Now, when we talk about this global supply chain, goods produced in the country go out of country several times. यानी ऐसा नहीं होता कि एक बार आपने बेच दिया तो हो गया. There it becomes the trade relations which you have developed. And those trade relations are relating to the kind of agreements which you are making with the other countries. Those agreements continue for a longer period of time. इसलिए आत्मनिर्भर का concept समझने में हमने पूरा ही कट कर दिया ऐसा नहीं होगा. Trade relations जो establish हो गए हैं, that needs to be continued, क्योंकि एक बार आपने import कर दिया और रुक गए ऐसा नहीं होता. और आत्मनिर्भरता आने के बाद एकदम इंपोर्ट ड्यूटीज बढ़ा दिया आपने तो दूसरा भी बढ़ाना ही है. तो ट्रेड रिलेशंस कंटिन्यूअली करनी है. तो देन वी हैव टू इंपोर्ट सर्टेन कंपोनेंट्स इन ऑर्डर टू मैन्युफैक्चर योर ओन कमोडिटीज. सो हु आर द कॉम्पिटिटर्स? आवर मेजर कॉम्पिटिटर्स आर नाउ इन द प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन वियतनाम एंड चाइना. दीस आर द टू कंट्रीज. व्हाट दीस कंट्रीज आर डूइंग टू एक्सपोर्ट $1 of clothing, they import 45 cents of imports. यानी उतना import देने के बाद ही उनका खुद का manufacturing शुरू होता है. We in India, for $1 of export, we import 15 cents of imported inputs, and that's why we are not that competitive. We are in the third position. but still it is good. Total exports made, India is now in the third position. Vietnam, China, India. But what is the situation? Situation is that whatever the textile manufacturing, textile is one example, there are other sectors also that which we can analyze. हर एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के पीछे कुछ कंपोनेंट्स ऐसे होते हैं जो इंपोर्ट करना ज्यादा बेहतर है because if you start manufacturing and if you don't have capabilities to do that, your cost of production goes up. And therefore, international trade theory suggests that try to import those which you cannot generate, which you cannot manufacture on your own. So it is better to have the economic kind of side where you can purchase from the outside countries and try to manufacture in your countries. That's why Atmanirbhar Bharat suggests that it is not just the incentives which you are providing to your domestic producers, but you are providing incentives to the foreign producers also. That is the concept of Atmanirbharta. And ये मत सोचना कि आत्मनिर्भरता के अपने प्रोड्यूसर्स को सिर्फ सब मिलना है. Government is thinking that let those foreigners also come here, manufacture here, and help our industries to grow. This is the concept. And therefore, there is no deglobalization in certain services. Deglobalization धीरे-धीरे हुआ, started with Trump. And Trump decided to increase the import. जैसा ही import duties अमेरिका की बढ़ती गई, other countries started reacting. And then the fear was expressed that this globalization process is now slowed down. And we are again going towards the deglobalization process of globalization retreat. And that is what is happening even now. And therefore, cross-border traffic in internet it has increased. So सबसे अहम बात आत्मनिर्भरता में यह है कि it is not just relating to manufacturing now. Services are also included in the definition of MSME. अभी तक MSME की जो definition थी वो सिर्फ manufacturing के लिए थी. अभी definition change हो गई आत्मनिर्भरता concept में, उसमें service sector भी include होने लगा है. Next slide, please. So there are 5 pillars of self-reliant India. One is economy, that is quantum jumps, not incremental changes. So it is expected that maximum in the next 3 years, we should capture this $5 trillion. And we don't want to have this slow process. We want that it should be done immediately. How far we will be able to do that, we'll see. Infrastructure, that is another important pillar, represents modern India. And therefore, you can see the kind of development in terms of road, bridges, and all kinds of infrastructure facilities. And very special provision is provided, particularly in this budget, for development of infrastructure with very heavy capital investments. Demography, vibrant demography of the largest democracy. Because everybody talks about this dividend, demographic dividend, where youngsters, their population is so high that their talent, their skills need to be captured. Demand, full utilization of power of demand and supply. And therefore, first package, as I told you, that was 20 lakh crore, that was about 10% of GDP under the name of Atmanirbhar. Now, how far we have succeeded in achieving that? Next slide. Now, as I said, basically, definition of MSME changed. Earlier definitions got modified in order to see how Atmanirbharta can be implemented. To what we call as micro unit. For manufacturing sector, investment 25 lakhs and for service unit 2 lakh. Now there will be no distinction between production and service sector. So this definition would be applicable for all kinds of economic activities, not only manufacturing sector, but those who are providing services in terms of doctor services, also pharmaceutical services. All these are included now under micro definition. For micro units, investment up to 1 crore and turnover 5 crore, First time turnover is included when the Atmanirbhar Bharat was announced. So earlier it was totally related to investment, that is of 25 lakhs and 2 lakhs. Now this definition of service and manufacturing, it is taken out, and state rate is investment up to 1 crore and turnover 5 crore. This is what is called as micro unit. Whether you are in service or whether you are in actual manufacturing, no matter. This will be the definition for micro unit. For small unit, it is now investment up to 10 crore and turnover 50 crore. And a जिन manufacturing unit का या services का turnover 50 crore है और investment 10 crore है, they will be treated as small units. And for that, obviously, some additional concessions will be granted under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. For medium, it is investment 20 crore, turnover 100 crore. But this definition, क्योंकि काफी लोगों ने इसका objection उठाया बाद में, जब ये definition पहले आई, so the definition has been widened in line with industry suggestion. अभी investment 50 crores and turnover 250 crore, जिन unit का है, they will be treated as medium units. This is the basic fundamental change which you find in the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And along with that, एक बहुत अच्छा suggestion आया कि foreigners will not be allowed to submit tenders up to 200 crore. And 200 crore तक के जितने भी tenders हैं, वो सिर्फ Indian manufacturers, medium and small units वाले वही submit करेंगे. So there will be no competition up to 200 crore with the foreign companies, and that is the step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. How far we are in a position to implement it, that we have to see. But that process has started, and government took bold decision as far as making changes in the definition part is concerned. अभी इसमें थोड़ी सी दिक्कत ऐसी है कि इसमें कंफ्यूजन है थोड़ा कि इन्वेस्टमेंट अप टू 1 crore एंड टर्नओवर 5 crore. अभी ये दोनों कैसा क्या हो सकता है, दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. इसमें यदि मेरे हिसाब से इसमें यदि आया रहता whichever is more और whichever is less, तो शायद क्लैरिटी और आ गई रहती. अभी कैसा है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट आपको 1 crore ही रहना चाहिए और टर्नओवर 5 crore रहना चाहिए. दोनों को मिलाना, you can imagine how difficult it would be for the manufacturing units or those who are providing services. दोनों का बैलेंस करना मुश्किल है. इसमें यदि यही बोला रहता कि whichever is higher या whichever is lower, that will be treated as small or that will be treated as medium. So I feel that there needs to be further clarification, क्योंकि ये दोनों को साझा करना, you can imagine how difficult it would be. यानी आप इन्वेस्टमेंट जब 1 crore करेंगे तो हो सकता है कि टर्नओवर आपका ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा. जैसा ही टर्नओवर ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा, you will not be treated as micro unit. और अभी तक की सिचुएशन ऐसी थी कि लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट करने को देखते नहीं थे ज्यादा, क्योंकि आपका माइक्रो यूनिट का जो आइडेंटिटी है वो चला जाएगा, और वो यदि चला गया तो आपको बेनिफिट्स नहीं मिलेंगे. और इसलिए ये डेफिनेशन चेंज करते गए, दोनों लाया, और दोनों लाने में दिक्कत ये है कि ये बैलेंसिंग करना डिफिकल्ट होगा. हो सकता है कि 1 crore इन्वेस्टमेंट है, टर्नओवर 6 crore, तो आपको उसको कैसे ट्रीट करेंगे, ये बड़ी समस्या है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. इसी को यदि ये किया रहता है कि whichever is less और whichever is more, ये रखो या वो रखो, तो मेरे ख्याल से ज्यादा क्लैरिटी आई रहती और वो बेनिफिट ज्यादा मिला रहता. अभी क्या करेंगे लोग, 5 crore के आगे जा रहा है टर्नओवर, पीछे 5 crore तो ही आपको बेनिफिट मिलेगा, नहीं तो नहीं मिलेगा. दिस कैन बी द प्रॉब्लम, एंड देयरफॉर दिस इज बट गुड पार्ट इज इसके जो इन्वेस्टमेंट जो लेवल है, जैसा मैंने पहले बताया कि 25 लाख ही था, जो बढ़ते अभी 1 crore तक लेके गए माइक्रो यूनिट के लिए. एंड दिस इज द वेलकमिंग चेंज. Only thing is about the problem in clarifying these units. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, will Atmanirbhar work for India? That is, everybody, many economists, they are trying to find out what are the difficulties in that. Is domestic demand enough? अभी आत्मनिर्भर यदि करना है, आपकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स रहेंगे, और आपकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स रहे तो आपके लिए उतनी डिमांड भी लगेगी. तो पहले ये देखना है डोमेस्टिक डिमांड कितनी ज्यादा है क्या. if the domestic market is to sustain growth, we need to look at the demand in our market. यानी हमारे लोगों के पास क्रय शक्ति, परचेसिंग पावर कितनी है, उसके हिसाब से आत्मनिर्भरता की करने जो सिचुएशन कैसी होती है, पैच की सिचुएशन में पैच मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बहुत ज्यादा हो गया, वॉर के कारण एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे, पैच की कीमतें घाट से गिर गई। यानी जो पैच 40 रुपए तक गया था, आज नासिक मार्केट में 10 रुपए तक। ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ? बिकॉज जो सप्लाई बढ़ता है जिस चीज का, यू आर फ्री टू एक्सपोर्ट इट टू द अदर कंट्रीज, पर दिक्कत ये आती है कि जैसा ही आप टैरिफ बढ़ाते हो, दूसरी कंट्री की टैरिफ बढ़ाने लगती है, एंड देन ट्रेडिंग बिकम्स difficult. So in India there are a lot of poor people with limited purchasing power and a few people with lot of purchasing power. तो इस स्थिति में कुछ चीजों के लिए आत्मनिर्भरता बहुत अच्छा काम करेगा, कुछ चीजों के लिए शायद डोमेस्टिक डिमांड उतनी नहीं रहेगी और फिर एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए कुछ हद तक दिक्कतें आ सकती है। So middle class market size is somewhere between 15 to 40% of GDP. और टारगेटेड जो रहता है ग्रोथ वो यही रहता है, और इसी पे हम जहां तक बोलते हैं कि टोटल ओवरऑल डिमांड फॉर द डोमेस्टिक मार्केट इज क्वाइट ह्यूज एंड डिमांड इन द डोमेस्टिक मार्केट इज वेरी हाई, सो अदर कंट्रीज विल ऑटोमेटिकली कम हियर बिकॉज़ ऑफ आवर पॉपुलेशन. दैट इज व्हाट वी बिलीव. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नाउ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये चेंज होता है यहाँ. Now what are the challenges? I won't go in those fine theoretical details, but of course there is issues related to liquidity. Our manufacturing sectors, they are striving hard to have that kind of liquidity. Atmanirbhar package mein giving loan is simple, rate of interest is reduced, but let me tell you, present situation is out of the total small and medium enterprises, 50% only could derive the benefit of it. Means there are yet no takers for the loans which is announced 20 lakh crore in the Atmanirbhar package, and therefore that need to be seen. What could be the reason that why investments are not coming? Lack of demand. Because of lack of demand, lack of backward and forward linkages, fiscal deficit and difficulties in mobilizing finances, then ambition to become world power needs economic and military power both, and self-reliance, that is what we are trying to achieve, $5 trillion economy, and with the help of making India, and therefore that plan needs to be undertaken. That for $5 trillion economy, with the help of Atmanirbhar package, what type of manufacturing units need to be focused, where you need less amount of imported goods, or you can rely on imported goods, and with the help of that, you can bring change in the level of production process. Next slide. You can take out your questions also. So I will go slightly faster, and then you can clarify your doubts. So what are the reforms and bold decisions? So it's a time to take a deep breath and to look back. Agriculture reforms, we try to brought 3 farmers bill, labor laws, reduction in interest rate, and most important economic measures now in abeyance. So farmers bill was introduced, but बाद में वो पीछे हट गया. तो इसलिए ये situation को भी देखना है in the context of Atmanirbhar. Next slide. So these were all decisions, but some decisions could not be continued. Now rebound after pandemic 2021. So India expected growth rate 11.5%, whereas developing countries growth rate 6.3%. So that will be far better. Growth rate 2020 minus 8%, up by 11.5%. We are going to lose 8%. So growth rate will be above 2.6% of 2019. अभी 11.5% जो growth rate हम बोलते हैं ना, that needs to be seen in the context of minus 8%. यानी वो minus 8% निकाल के जो निकलेगा अभी वो आएगा 2.6%, and we will be able to achieve the growth rate of 2019. Though we find 11.5% rate of growth, which is quite impressive, very high, but that needs to be seen in the context of minus 8%. So minus 8% वो चला गया है, उसकी recovery हो गई 11.5%. So 11.5% में से 8% वो निकल गया है because of negative growth rate. So actual growth rate would be around 2.6%. Recovering from devastation from pandemic, non-performing assets are going to be devastated and bad debt is going to double. And non-performing asset is one of the critical issues in India, and therefore Atmanirbhar package has announced and provided loan facilities, but again those loans are to be considered in the terms of what is the present non-performing asset. And non-performing asset basically means that that loan is not coming back, and therefore banks are in trouble. So that is to be seen in that context also. Next slide. So instability and crisis in India. Food, fuel, foreign exchange, and fiscal. Luckily, these are the basic aspects of any economy. We have succeeded in controlling it so far. Food prices are under control. Fuel prices now picked up because of war. Foreign exchange was under control. Now it has started crossing limits. US is now 78 rupees dollar. Fiscal position was under control. But because of the new welfareism introduced by this particular government, improved access to essential services directly to the poorest, UP has clearly shown that how these welfare measures they have helped the government and the people. So data is measuring access and not actual use. That also needs to be seen. Women using bank account from 20% of 2005, now 60% of 2019. Homes with LPG gas from 25% of 2005 to 60% of 2019. Electricity, you can see 2005, 60% households, now 95%. Toilets, 45% to 75%. These are the basic welfare schemes which are directly provided to the people, and that has definitely helped the overall economy. So this is just I'm trying to give you in the background of the kind of changes which we are expecting with the help of Atmanirbhar. Next slide. India's growth rate, just have a look at it. I have already shown it to you. 2016-17, 8.2%, and then it started falling. Of course, we have to see the pandemic period also, where growth rate became negative, -8 to -10%. Next. I won't go in much details in statistics, but let us see average annual growth rate of exports. Vietnam, China, India, and world average. Of course, we are in that particular line. So we are the third country where our exports are picking up. Exports, growth rate of exports, and in that growth rate of exports, partly it is manufacturing. So manufacturing is also quite significant and impressive. World average is 6.9% and 6.2%, but our export is 13.4% and 12.1%. Quite impressive, and therefore that is giving us some kind of confidence. So आत्मनिर्भर इसलिए है कि हमने जो कैपेसिटीज है वो खुद को जानना है. आत्मनिर्भर सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि कंट्रोल कर डालो, इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी बढ़ा के इंपोर्ट कम कर डालो. It is the another way of looking at Atmanirbhar is how you can develop your self-confidence in order to go ahead. That is actually the important aspect of Atmanirbhar. Next slide. So with the help of this, we are trying to have the economic nationalism. I'm watching my watch, therefore be assured that I will give the time. Now, economic nationalism, decoupling, unilateralism, protectionism, populism. So economic nationalism is going to stay. Countries have to find ways to rebuild their critical strength, and in this moment of crisis, it is of utmost importance to keep our internal market going on. And if we want internal market to go on, employment is the issue. Once you solve it, demand will be generating domestic economy, and then you need not depend on the other. So Atmanirbharta will operate in the most successful manner, provided we will be succeeded in generating highest level of employment at the moment. And if this Atmanirbhar package is succeeded, then small and medium enterprises, changing definitions, incentivizing these schemes, that probably would help. And therefore, we have to see that in general, number one victim of COVID-19 epidemic is globalization. Countries after countries, they're going for this kind of concept of closing economy and Atmanirbhar. Let us try to find out that are we going back to the protectionism. In general, you find there is sudden collapse in exports and imports. I just tried to look at it in different regime. Nothing to do with the political ideology, but just out of curiosity, we tried to find out what happened in NDA 1, what happened in UPA 1, what happened in UPA 2, and what happened in BJP. So there you find how, of course, there are a number of factors responsible for this. But one thing is certain, that there you find that imports and exports, they are slowing down. Means, in the process of self-reliance, that's a good concept. But if you see the exports and imports, they are also collapsing simultaneously. Means your imports are reducing, good thing, but reducing imports, it should not be accompanied with reducing exports. If exports also fall short of, then it is going to be a troublesome issue. जब तक import चल रहा था, नीचे जा रहा था, that was a good thing. Nobody would like to have dependence on the other countries by way of import. उसके काफी सारे repercussions होते हैं. Not only in terms of earning of foreign exchange, but there are certain commodities like fruits. If you export, then you are not just exporting fruit, but you are exporting water also along with that. And therefore, many times it is believed that try to find out that how you are affecting your natural resources and how you are indirectly giving your natural resources to the other countries. और इसलिए काफी सारी कंट्रीज अभी ऐसा देख रही है कि एक्सपोर्ट यदि फ्रूट्स के हो रहे हैं तो उसके साथ लगने वाला जो पानी है वो उसके साथ चला जाता है. So it is literally means that you are exporting water also along with your fruits. And therefore composition of exports that need to be seen in the process. ये बंद हो गया. So what are the performance indicators? India's export record remained outstanding. Leave apart these 2-3 years. Third best in the world. World average is 6.9%, and this is what we have seen just now. When exports do well, our economy does well. And highly skilled manufacturing exports, that is what we are good at. But we have not done well in unskilled manufacturing. And in the skill development process, it was expected that those units where you have skill now, their exports should pick up. So textile, footwear, toys. Now slowly you find that these companies are picking up under the Atmanirbhar Bharat concept. So when the sectors were identified, units were identified, which really need some kind of protection. Under that, these are the sectors. Textile is there, footwear is there, and even manufacturing toys. That is very lucrative kind of activity now for any country. And there you need creativity. How you can involve small children in developing their own abilities, that requires some kind of creativity. Next. So high import duties, protection. As I said, that how import duties are picking up. You can see from them. 2017-18, 2,460 times import duties were increased. And therefore, when we talk about self-reliant, and when we say that we are not cutting ourselves from other countries, and therefore after 2017-18 you find highest was the period that was prior to pandemic, and then 18-19 onwards you find that number of times the import duties increase, and that shows that how we are looking at the Atmanirbhar not only from the point of view of giving incentives to the domestic manufacturers, but also trying to reduce the level of imports. Next slide. So Atmanirbhar package, just look at it. It was 20 lakh crores, liquidity driven with little burden on the sector. Make in India 2015 came. Manufacturing sector's growth to be enhanced. This is the objective laid down in the Atmanirbhar package. Contribution of manufacturing sector, which is 60%, we are trying to plan it to increase it to 25%. And investment up to 2014, that was actually 13.3%. 2018, 28.6%. So it is going down, and therefore there is a need to revitalize the sector, and private sector investment also needs to be increased. Atmanirbhar package has realized that by reducing taxes, you cannot increase the private investments. Tax incentive will not be adequate enough, and therefore for Atmanirbhar, you need infrastructure development, and that is the focus now. Next. Now this is what is required ultimately. You have to have the imagination. So knowledge will teach you what is already been discovered. Imagination will give you everything that has not been discovered. And we have listened to guest of honor, the kind of activities which they are undertaking. There it requires imagination. And now that is the thing which is required in order to go for Atmanirbhar. Therefore, national education policy would help us in order to do these activities if properly implemented. If it is not, then there can be the problem. So concepts relating to creativity. So three important concepts are imagination, creativity, and innovation. And those who would go for innovation, they would be able to go ahead. And that requires these particular three aspects. You have to imagine, and for that, probably you have to bring change in the existing education system. Then that only will lead to the creativity, and that will lead to the innovation. So ability to bring in mind things that are not in existence, putting your imagination to work can be considered an outcome. It's an applied process, and innovation is putting idea into practice. So developing creative capacities represent process of having original ideas that have value, and it's a process and not an event. So continuously you have to see that how our students can imagine, how our schools can think, how our schools can go for creativity or any small thing, and that can bring you towards Atmanirbhar. And that is the step where we have national education policy, and that is what they are believing. So what needs to be done? Term needs to be interpreted properly. That's about your micro and other things. Intent, inclusion, investment, infrastructure, and innovation must to push growth. This is what our Prime Minister has pointed out. So unless you have intention, clear intention to grow, you won't be able to succeed. Whatever the activities you are doing, try to include maximum people in that. So that inclusion. Investments, try to increase it. And in order to have the increase in private investment, this package would be useful probably. And infrastructure is required in order to encourage private investors. If you have good infrastructure, then only private investors will come forward. So we are in global competitive era. So incentivize international players, need to scale up our manufacturing to compete with global chain, and Atmanirbhar. Remember, my friends, not by levying high import duties, but by creating competitive advantage. And that competitive advantage you can get even by importing. But further, you have to see that whatever economic activities, manufacturing activities you are doing, if you are bearing higher level of cost, then it is better to go for import. And that is how you can make your products competitive. So recent Atmanirbhar concept is not increasing protectionism, is not increasing import duties, but to make competitive industries, competitive products. So consumption potential needs to be increased. Obviously, demand generates, then only manufacturers will be motivated to manufacture. One of the most important aspects of Atmanirbhar is this. That is what is called as production linked incentive scheme. That is called as PLI in short. Idea is to boost manufacturing, promote exports to make India part of global supply chain. So those who are undertaking production with higher employment generation, they will be getting more incentives compared to other industries. That is what is included in the Atmanirbhar. So it's a kind of subsidy based on disadvantage faced by a sector. So sectors government has identified, they are called as stressed sectors. Sectors which are facing lot of stress, particularly due to pandemic, they are given some additional investment, additional subsidies, and investment rate overall in the economy has gone down, and therefore this was the step taken in order to give boost to the investment, and non-participation in regional trade agreement, ability to export will be affected. Many a times happen that we remain aloof and we actually kept ourselves aside from the agreement where there was some import and exports of the commodities. Unless you go for it, probably the scheme will not give you the result. So this is in relation with the changes which are introduced in the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat, as I said, 3 different steps, 3 different versions, and second version was mainly related to the labor class, specifically for migrants. So first is related to developing manufacturing small industry. Second, it was related basically to migrant laborers, those who faced a lot of difficulties during pandemic, and therefore package was announced for that. Third was related to the sectors which are facing stress, which are not in a position to develop over a period of time. Those sectors were identified, and then government has declared champion industries. 10 champion industries were identified, and those champion industries means industries which have potential to do further better, and for that more incentives are given. The last point only relating to this is like Geo and other kinds of companies which are operating in different parts, different kind of manufacturing process. Only thing is that some manufacturers, they only should not derive the benefit of this scheme, and the danger is that those who are doing very well, identifying 10 champions, those 10 champions will go ahead, and others, they may not derive the benefit. That may create the problem of inequalities. So that needs to be solved. So Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just to close your country from the boundaries of the nation, but it basically incentivizes not only your domestic producers, but incentivize foreign producers also. Let them come here. Only thing is that they should open their activities in India. They should generate employment in India, and they should sell the products within India so that development will take place. This is in short the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'm well aware about the time. I should not interfere your lunch time, so I should stop here. Thank you so much for your patient listening. But if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, don't you think that this Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana is promoting goal-ended economy? Though the government is taking a number of steps, but don't you think that we are somewhere going ahead for that goal-ended economy? Number one, and number two, if such sort of schemes are being adopted globally, if many countries start adopting such sort of schemes, there can be global competition, and are we ready to handle such sort of competition?
Absolutely. In fact, when this concept was introduced, I was just curious to find out that how it is different from protectionism, or how it is different from substitution. So this was the that suppose you find that your imports are rising and your import bill is picking up, try to develop something on your own. Like we tried for oil, Bombay oil hire. So there we try to develop our own units. The problem is that protectionism, are we approaching towards it? That you can get the indicator as deliberately I have shown it to you that how your import duties are picking up. And therefore, what I feel that this should not happen beyond a certain. And that's why I was stressing all the time that it's a partnership. When you talk about globalization, when you talk about international trade, it's always a partnership. So if you try to increase your duties, others are going to react. And therefore, slowly, whatever was planned during 91, that with the help of globalization, there will be development throughout the world. And that is what we are experiencing. अभी इतना कुछ ऐसा फॉरेन गुड्स की क्रेज रही नहीं जो पहले थी. पहले कितनी क्रेज थी कि कोई भी फॉरेन गया तो इंपोर्टेड सेंट, इंपोर्टेड ये, इंपोर्टेड वो. अभी इतनी क्रेज नहीं रही. जैसे शॉप्स आपको यहाँ दिखते हैं मोर और लेस वैसे ही आपको यूएसए में दिखेंगे, वैसे ही आपको ऑस्ट्रेलिया. And by and large, China is dominating most of the markets of the world. Therefore, you find that all these markets they are quite common. और इसलिए ये जो है कि इंपोर्ट के लिए फैसिनेशन वगैरह जो पहले था वैसे आज की स्थिति नहीं है. And therefore, it is not totally the kind of deglobalization, but it is slowing down the process of globalization. That way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A very warm good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and the guests and participants who have joined us through online mode. A vote of thanks is not just an official speech, but it must be felt by heart. I, Dr. Richa Kalyani, Assistant Professor, Commerce Department, and Joint Organizing Secretary of this Students' International Conference, feel delighted and honored to be called upon to deliver the vote of thanks for this session. It is an honor and privilege for our institution to have with us Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir, Vice Chancellor, G.H. Raisoni University, Amravati. As the chief guest of the inaugural function, we owe a special gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and for delivering the keynote address for this Student International Conference. In his enlightening remark, sir has explained in a very detailed manner as to how become self-reliant without disconnecting with the rest world and generate employment and increase export and revenues. It is indeed an opportunity for us to hear your thoughts, sir. On the behalf of the entire fraternity of Dada Ramchand Bharat Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, I thank you again, sir, for your auspicious presence and inspiring word. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to show my sincere gratitude toward all the dignitaries and participants who are with us today. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Bhavna Chaudhary ma'am for conducting this session so well. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, as some learned man says, great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending. Let us make this end a new beginning. Here, we are end with the keynote session of this conference, but we will meet again for the technical session right now. I, Dr. Richa Kalyani, is pleased to be here again to formally resume the first technical session on national education policy, a tool for developing Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat, Self-Reliant India, is not just a campaign, but a vision for new India visualized in relation in the economic vision and economic development in the country. and all, we have with us Professor E.V. Kattimani, Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, as resource person of this session, and Dr. Mrs. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Rai Sonipat, as chairman of this technical session. I wholeheartedly welcome you, respected sir and respected ma'am, on behalf of entire Dr. Ramchand Thakur Sindhu Mahavidyalaya. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for being with us. Before I invite our resource person, ladies and gentlemen, may I take the opportunity to introduce respected Kattimani sir to our esteemed audience. Professor Tejasvi Venkappa Kattimani is a renowned personality in the field of literature and higher education. His contributions are considered very high as a critic and a translator. As a translator, E.V. Kattimani sir has translated many literary and non-literary texts from Kannada to Hindi, Hindi to Kannada, Gujarati to Kannada, and English to Hindi. Born into a tribal family in Allawadi, Koppal district of Karnataka, Professor Kattimani sir has lived his young life with challenges. He has started his career with an aim to prove himself as an educationist with an open mind. Sir's educational qualification is PhD in Hindi and MA in Hindi. He has a vast teaching experience of 42 years. He has authored 15 books and translated more than 20 books. His notable publications on nation buildings are स्वच्छ भारत एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, and making India विकसित भारत का की ओर बढ़ते कदम. Sir has played various different roles in the field of education. He has acted as the former Vice Chancellor Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, former Dean, School of Language, Linguistics and Indology, Manu, Hyderabad, former Dean, School for Mass Communication and Journalism, Manu, Hyderabad, former Professor and Head Department of Hindi at Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, former Chairman and Professor, Department of PG Studies in Hindi, Karnataka University, Dharwad. And now, sir is presently acting as the Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh and the President, Board of Governors, G.V. Pant Social Science Institute, Pragyaraj, Uttar Pradesh. I feel very honored to tell that sir has conferred with many awards, prestigious awards, including G.P. Rajaratnam Literature Promotion Award, Shiksha Vibhushan Award, Alva Nudisari Award, Sobharat Award, Padangara Valdhara Navratna Award, Karnataka Rajya Utsav Award. And let me tell that this award is the second highest civilian award in Karnataka, and it has been awarded for his remarkable contribution towards higher education. Sir is also a prime member of the National Curriculum Framework, Ministry of Education, Government of India, member of National Education Policy, Ministry of HRD, Government of India, and an expert member of Educational Quality, Upgradation and Inclusive Program Ministry. The list does not end here. Sir is a member of overall 31 committees and also has been member of Board of Studies of 32 institutions. Professor Kattimani sir is a teacher with experience, a true educationalist, as he is a member of the new education policy of India and has contributed immensely by his thoughtful and fruitful suggestion. I would like to say that we are so privileged to have you, sir. It is our opportunity to hear your words of wisdom today. So now I invite respected sir to enlighten the audience with his words of wisdom. We all are waiting with full of ebullience to listen to you, sir. Sir, are you with us? I invite Pattimani sir to begin the session.
Okay. Namaste. Am I audible? Hello. Dr. Rashi, am I audible? Hello.
आगे सर मैडम
Am I audible?
Hello, sir. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Rashi here. You are
Okay,
audible,
thank
sir.
Okay, thank you. I extend my heartfelt thanks to DRB Sindhu Mahavidyalaya Nagpur to inviting me. The dignitaries of the dais, the most honorable vice chancellors who have participated, professors, deans, research scholars, and students friends. It's a most important subject, building capacities through self-reliant India, building competitiveness through global collaboration. What we are talking standing in Nagpur, the Vidarbha region, which consists of 11 backward districts of the country. Gadchiroli is one among them. Yavatmal is one among them. Akola is one among them. Gondia is one among them, where per capita income of the people is much below than the national average. The rainfall of the region is below the drought-prone areas of country. It is almost equal to Ran Kutch of Gujarat. The self-reliant Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, depends upon the strengths of local people and how to make this strength of people into marketable quality. And accordingly, we need to frame our education. Nagpur University need to frame their syllabus, need to frame their tunes of mindsets of teachers, because India itself is many countries, many regions, many food habits, many women's strengths. The women of Punjab are very strong physically. The women of Kerala are more articulate physically and psychologically. The women of Gadchiroli, tribal women, are stronger than any women of India because they work around the clock. How to include these things into our education, into our classroom deliberations, how to make our syllabus, how Nagpur Orange can cross the borders. The growers of orange, not 20 acres, 30 acres, 40 acres, 1 acre, half acre, 10 guntas which are growing, or the tribes of Gondia, the tribes of Hingoli, or Akola, or Gondia, Gadchiroli, what they are collecting from forest products, minor products, timber, non-timber forest products, how we can make goods ready to eat, ready to use goods out of these products. The academia of these 11 Vidarbha districts has to think seriously about world-class business people, about world-class industries, world-class psycho, world-class syllabus. Yes, we must be able to know all these things. Before to know about world class, we must be able to know local class also. Why? Yavatmal tribes, they have a tradition of Kanya Mata. What is that? The lady is Kanya, but she became mother. She's a mother, but she never married. What is the economy behind it? What is the terrain difficulty behind it? There is one women's school, women college in Wardha, where there are only 153 girl students are studying. It is the oldest college, A-graded college. Then why girls are not attending the school? Then let us have a survey. It means the girl students of the neighborhood of Wardha, they are not happy. They are not happy to go to school. They are not happy to go to college. The girl students of all communities, all tribes, all religions, how we can give them education? By giving education, skill education, we can be able to go for global collaboration. We need to go for global collaboration for marketing, packaging, fixing the rate of the productions which are available in these 11 backward districts of this region. I request the teachers, professors, vice chancellors, we have, because NEP 2020 talks about neighborhood skills. A son of a potter, a daughter of a blacksmith, they walk with their skills of her father or his mother. education, our syllabus, our classroom deliberations has to be reviewed, has to be taken care of, that Nagpur University syllabus definitely separate than Gadchiroli University syllabus, because Gadchiroli neighborhood skills are different from Nagpur skills. Nagpur is a city, Gadchiroli is a town. Gadchiroli is surrounded by tribes and poor people of all folk. Nagpur is surrounded by salaried people, lower middle class people, lower income group people, slum people. So, the regional imbalance can be taken care of, can be marketed if we economists, if we political scientists, if we computer scientists will come to know the abilities of the locality, the strengths of locality, the highest rate of farmer suicide are being committed by your region. These 11 districts people, farmers, are the highest in the world in suiciding elements. We need to study the economic reasons, intervention of technology in agriculture, the impact of agriculture, the impact of tractor in agriculture, how eliminated cow, how eliminated buffalo, how eliminated ox and bulls, how the technology has eliminated laborers who can get 100 rupees, 150 rupees, maximum 200 rupees daily. This should be the part of education. This should be part of our research, should be part of our textbook, so that these 11 districts, neglected districts of Maharashtra, most richest state of India after Punjab, then it can take a shape. Then it can take a shape how girls of this area, women of this area, coming from tribal areas, coming from slums, coming from Dalit families, why they are missing. If we will be able to take these issues, then Self-Reliant Bharat, the Self-Reliant Bharat, I tell to the open house, is not new. It is reviewed by the present government, but it was established by Bapuji. Even in the 1930s, Bapuji said, knowledge and work should go together. Knowledge and hands should go together. Then only education will be a fruitful journey. Then only people will be attracted towards college, attracted towards teachers, attracted towards library. So I urge the August House, we can make wonders, we can create wonders, as rightly said by my colleague earlier to me, that we should support the imagination power of people, the imagination power of our students, the imagination power of our young teachers, who can make wonders. With these few words, I conclude my very limited remarks on the subject. Thank you. Thanks for patient hearing. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Over to administrators.
Now, let me introduce the chairperson of Technical Session 1, Dr. Mrs. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, who is at present Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Rai Sonipat. She had also acted Commissioner, State Information Commission, Punjab State, and Professor and Head of Law Department, Guru Nanak Dev University, Lucknow. Her academic knowledge and professional qualification includes PG Diploma in Women Empowerment and Development, MA in Police Administration, LLM and PhD. Her areas of interest comprises women and law, family law and human rights. I feel proud to announce that she has been in merit position in Metric, BA Part 2, BA Part 3, second in University in LLB and MA, first in PG Diploma in Women Empowerment and Development. She had been a member of GND University in Juvenile Justice Board, Ministry of Child and Women Empowerment, Punjab from 2011 to 2014 and from 2014 to 2017. She had been a member. She had also acted as member of National and Executive Committee consulted by Government of India, member of Committee to draft Higher Education Council Act, member of Constitutional Review Committee of Government of India. Respected ma'am, have been a resource person, guest speaker in more than 30 seminars, conferences, and today we are very grateful to have Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra ma'am for accepting our invitation to be the chairperson of the first technical session. I now invite respected ma'am to enlighten the audience with her words of wisdom. Welcome ma'am. Welcome ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you, thank you. Professor Katimani, who is also co-chair of this session, August gathering of various scholars, professors, and social workers. I'm really thankful to Vishwajit Pense ji for inviting me to this very knowledgeable seminar, a very current and you can say very valuable theme. So the day we have implemented our new education policy, the focus has been on self-reliant India. And how we can become self-reliant. We can't live in isolation. So the theme is very appropriate through collaboration, global collaboration, because the whole universe is one, the whole global world is one. The impact of one country definitely impact on other. Whether there's a war going on Ukraine definitely impacts on the other countries. We can't say that we are living in isolation. So as our sages has rightly said that the whole universe is one, that's why we have been propounding the concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam. So if there is pollution in one country, it is going to affect the health of the other countries. So we know how corona has spread throughout the world starting from China. Now I will start with a small story which I just read for the collaboration and cooperation. There was a competition, race competition. And we know everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to come first. The surprising thing is that race was of differently able person. The whistle blew, and everyone was surprised to see that all differently able person have joined their hand and they were running together. So everyone was first. That should be the spirit of each and every country, that we want to make this earth a better place to live in. There's no other planet where we can go and settle down. But everyone is acting in isolation, thinking that we can become the topmost countries, leaving behind others, and we will be at the top. But the thing is, we have to understand that from Vyasti to Smasti, everything is one. Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. So every human being living in India or in US is made of 5 elements. Dharti, Akash, Prithvi, Akash, Jal, Agni, and consciousness. So we have to realize, the thing is we have made a lot of changes in our curriculum. We think we are only living for the worldly things, भौतिकवाद जिसको हम कहते हैं, जिसकी वजह से हमने क्या किया है, हम खुद को ही सुप्रीम समझना शुरू हो गए. Now for becoming self-reliant country, we have to make each and every individual self-reliant. New education policy talks about holistic development of the human being. But we understand by holistic development, physical, mental, and spiritual development. The present system is only focusing on physical needs and physical development. That's why after getting a degree, we only want a package. We don't think that with this degree, we are going to contribute for the development of the society, for the development of the nation, or for the development of this whole universe. Once there was a time when it was considered उत्तम खेती, मध्यम व्यापार, निखित चाकरी. जो सबसे जो टॉप मोस्ट जो फील्ड है वो है खेती. When we become Annadata for food. We have to toil hard in the harvesting, in the cultivation, but there is a great satisfaction that we are the bread earners for others. Now the things have totally reversed. Now, Naukri or the job, and especially the government job, has been the priority of each and every individual. And we know that the government jobs are very limited, but everyone wants government job because they think that there will be a security of future. So that's why for a single post of peon, we may have thousands of the applicants even having MA and PhD degrees. The only thing is that is a government job. And moreover, if they don't find job here, they will go to the foreign country. And so many IELTS schools, institutions have been opened up to facilitate the persons who want to go abroad and settle down. The thing is that focus is on the job and the physical needs. Now we have to once again make such changes in our curriculum where we can focus on motherland and mother tongue. There's no alternative for Matribhumi and Matribhasha. Once a child has attachment to his own motherland, he will give his fullest to the development of that, and in the long run, he can also contribute to the whole universe. We know that our leaders, right from Lala Lajpat Rai, then Ram Singh Kuka, who initiated Namdhari cult, they focused on Swadeshi. And first Swadeshi Bank, Punjab National Bank, was established by Lala Lajpat Rai. When we were small, we found that there are charitable schools, charitable hospitals, there are dharamshalas. Now the things have reversed. No one wants to give. Everyone wants to take from the society. So there has been, you can say, undue exploitation of the resources, not only in India, but throughout the world. Now, whenever there is a natural calamity, old people say this is the revenge from the nature, because we are exploiting the nature. We must have a such lifestyle where we have a sustainable development. Now, for the cooperation with the world outside, world out India, the present leadership is doing its best. And we know that by tapping our pools together, we can do lots of changes in the lives of the people in the underdeveloped countries as well as developing countries. Already we have focused on South Asian countries who have the resources, but their resources are not being tapped properly. India can come forward. But हमारी सोच उस कॉलोनियल सोच की तरह नहीं होनी चाहिए. उस ब्रिटिश जो गवर्नमेंट जो यहाँ आए ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी बनकर, लेकिन बाद में यहाँ रूल करने लग गए, हमारी सोच वैसी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि यहाँ से रिसोर्सेज ले जाओ देन फिनिश प्रोडक्ट लाके फिर बेचो. We should help those small countries to be the self-dependent. We know that once upon, Malbal or Dhaka was famous throughout the world. But what the British government did, they chopped hands of those persons so that the cloth of their factories could be easily sold out in the market of India. Now, what is the result? Now, where is UK now? Once it was ruling more than 2/3 countries of the world, is nowhere. Because if we have a tendency of exploiting others, one day we will be exploited too. Now, for global development, we have to find out certain indigenous areas where our people can be self-reliant, as well as it will export, it will boost the export. For example, handicraft of Punjab, Fulkari can be boosted. It can find its market. Even the tribal people have a lot of potential. They can have the handicrafts. Masale from Kerala, from I think 3rd or 4th century have been exported to the world. And it can once again be the part where we can be the topmost country in exporting those. Now the government has made certain initiative to make the people self-reliant. Easy loan facilities are being given. Incubator centers have been established in most of the educational institutions. And the focus is on the optimum use of the resources or the infrastructure. The thing is that in India, most of the people live in villages. We have to make the villages also self-reliant. Only then our problem of migrant labor can be also solved. During COVID period, we have seen that the people who were living in cities and they had urge to go back to their home had to face a lot of problems. Had they resources at their own places, they need not to have rush to the cities for the search of the job. Once again, I am emphasizing that every person wants a job. We should be the job providers and not the job seekers. So by creating small industries, investments, we can become self-reliant and can also make the society and the country self-reliant in the long run. Now, as pointed out in the first session, that there is need to make changes in the laws, especially agriculture laws and also in the labor laws. Then some changes is also required in Foreign Exchange Management Act. The thing is that there are so many policies, there's so many initiatives provided by the government that the people are not aware. Such seminars can be helpful in creating awareness among the masses. And we should not keep the knowledge within us. If we get any information, we should disseminate it to our colleagues, to our students. And it is the duty of every teacher that they should make their students as a full person. It's just not a person who is to get a package of 20 lakh or 30 lakh and that the matter is over. No. He should think he is an instrument for the development of the country. He is the instrument for the development of whole universe. Corona has teaches us to come closer. Today's seminar is also offline and on the online mode, that is blended mode. So we have joined online. So by tapping our resources, and we know that many resources are not tapped or they are under tapped, or somewhere in some country they are overexploited. You know that China has been able to capture the world market by giving the cheap products. And everyone rushed for those products because they are very cheaper. But ultimately it was found that they were not durable. So we have to see that the products which are made, firstly, they should not be against our environment friendly hone chahiye. Then there should be optimum use of the infrastructure and the local. We have to think globally, but we have to act locally. So local level पे जो भी resources available हैं उनको लेकर we have to be self-reliant. When one village is self-reliant, it can help the other villages, then districts, then states, and then countries and the whole world. So competition should be there, but that should be the healthy competition. Like I told the story of those person in the beginning, that they do run the race, but the spirit was that all have to come first. So they joined hand. So similarly, all the countries, they have to join hands so that this earth, this universe is a better place to live in. Thanks for giving me this. And good wishes to the organizers. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Very for the technical session 1, respected dignitaries on the dais. At the outset, I take the honor to extend our deepest sense of gratitude towards Professor E.P. Kakimani, Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, our elite resource person. Sir, thank you so much for enlightening the participants towards the new education policy as a tool for developing Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are extremely grateful to you, sir, for considering our invitation despite your busy schedule. Thank you once again. Our warm thanks goes to Dr. Vivek Kapoor Mehra, ma'am, the chairperson of the session, who happens to be the vice chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Rai Sonipat. Ma'am, we are indeed thankful to you for the valuable presence and elegant words. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Respected Dr. S.P. Sir, Vice Principal. Respected Dr. S.P. Sir, Vice Principal and Convener of the conference. Respected Dr. A.J. Thadani, Sir, Vice Principal and Convener of the conference. Dignitaries present here and all the participants virtually present with us. Good morning, one and all. I, Pranay Wankhede, take the privilege to introduce to you our today's live spokesperson of this technical session. Dr. Praveen Saxena, Professor, Department of Accountancy and Law, Faculty of Commerce, Dayalbagh Education Institution, deemed to be University, Dayalbagh. He has specialization in the area of accounting application and financial reporting practices. He has teaching experience of 26 years. He had completed one major and one minor project in the area of commerce and management. He is a PhD supervisor in his faculty and has guided 80 PhD students, out of which 8 has been awarded doctorate degree and 10 are pursuing the PhD degree under. He has supervised various graduates and postgraduate students of commerce and management in their projects and dissertation. He is a life member of All India Commerce Association, All India Accounting Association, System Society of India, New Delhi, Research Development Association Chairman. He is member of Board of Studies, Faculty of Commerce, DEI University, Dayalbagh. He is member of Academic Council, DEI University, Dayalbagh. He is member of Faculty Board of Studies, Shivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. He is member of Board of Studies, University of Vadodara, Gujarat. He is associated with various professional bodies like Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretary of India, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi, are few among them. He is coordinator NSS DEI University, Dayalbagh, Agra. He has published 29 research papers in various national and international journals. He has chaired 5 sessions in different conferences and attended various national and international conferences. He has authored 11 books in the book of accounting, 12 board CBSE of Madhya Pradesh and graduation. I request him now to take over the session. Praveen sir. Dr. Praveen sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible there?
Dr. Praveen sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible there?
जी जी सर आवाज आ रही है आपकी.
Okay. I'm just starting my lecture to be delivered today, and might be I may leave early because was a planned governor visit of Uttar Pradesh to my institute, and I have been delayed to reach there. I will start and my co-author will continue with the presentation. नहीं जा रही? ये नहीं इसको डाल दो। बंद कर। पीपीटी लगाओ।
शेयर स्क्रीन।
ये वाला। Side. Is my presentation visible there?
जी sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. The theme for the conference is very relevant in the current scenario, and I thank the organizers' thought process of choosing Self-Reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, building competitiveness through global collaboration as the conference theme. It is a great opportunity for me to connect today with the galaxy of intellectuals, young delegates, participants, and organizers of this conference. Before I continue to express my thoughts on the theme selected for today's discussion, I want to quote few lines from an unknown author. जीवन में ना रुको कभी, सतत ही आगे बढ़ो, करना है कुछ अद्वितीय जगत में, तो अलग अपना किरदार गढ़ो, दूसरों के पथ का अनुसरण मत करो कभी इस जग में, करना है तो स्वयं ही नवीन पथ का निर्माण करो, रहे भरोसे दूसरों के अक्सर हार वो जाते हैं, स्वावलंबी बनो, अजय बनो, स्वयं अपना किरदार गढ़ो. The quote fits aptly in the current scenario, to the Russian and Ukraine war especially, which is a great lesson for us in Atmanirbharta. What is the biggest takeaway from this crisis? My dear friends, the biggest takeaway for us on this ongoing crisis is when the chips are down, you have to be prepared to fight your battles alone. See, no one will fight our battles with other nations if we are pushed to it. What will you get in return? Only lot of global and verbal condemnation. I wish to take you back to our past history, that is our glorious past. This was the pre-colonial period when the country was known as the Golden Word. This song is from a very famous movie known as Sone Ki Chidiya. India was the wealthiest nation in the world before the British invaded India. There was no population explosion. Agriculture was very rich, and trade with foreign lands was on boost. In the area of spiritual and philosophical knowledge, we were very rich, and we were the world leaders, almost in every sphere of life. Few areas to mention will be worthwhile here. In ancient India, there were complicated subjects like metaphysics and philosophy, explored in great details. Along with these subjects, Ayurveda, public administration, and economics flourished in Bharatvarsh. The different treatises like Arthashastra and Smritis stands as the proof of knowledge, which was considered to be our wealth. And there were universities like Nalanda, Takshila, Vallabhi, which were renowned worldwide. Many scholars used to come here to study and gain this unique knowledge, which was passed down from generations after generations. The Gurukul system imparted knowledge which was practiced in day-to-day life. The biggest factor that India made the golden bird in the eyes of other countries was the plethora of wealth that this land possessed. The Kushan and the Gupta period deserves a special mention, as there were gold coins issued in this period. The currency and the numismatics during the period are widely known for their efficiency and perfection. Agriculture, industries, and trade were given equal importance, which formed the part of the economy. There was no absolute poverty and unemployment in this era. From simple stupas to the magnificent temples, the architecture of ancient India was known. It stood the test of time, and even today, people are amazed by the excellence of the craftsmanship. The beginning of art and architecture can be seen at the prehistoric paintings of Bhimketa, and zenith of this would be in the Chaul temples near Tamil Nadu. Politics in India is infested with corruption and nepotism. There is no denial of this fact that the monarchy existed in ancient India too. But the most important part is that there were decentralization and division of labor. Welfare existed as a governing principle. The science of public administration held in regard to the concept of justice and human rights. India's economy flourished during 180 to 1000 AD, making it the largest economy of the world, with the GDP valued at $33.8 billion, ahead of that China with $26.6 million in 1000 AD. However, in 15,000 AD, we contributed around 24.5% of the world share. This momentum of growth even continued during the Mughal period. India was the first one to do away with the traditional practices of barter system. Early form of currencies were in the form of silver coins. There existed a form of early constitution in Mauryan period where Chanakya laid down the principles of law, politics, defense, and economy. These written texts are still relevant. History took its course and our wealth plundered. And we from Arsh were back to Farsh. What was the once world richest nation is now labeled as a developing country. So from developed to we reach to a developing. The lack of unity within the country is to be blamed for it. Former Indian Prime Minister said, Manmohan Singh, in the words of Manmohan Singh, there is no doubt that our grievances against the British Empire had a sound basis, India's share of world income collapsed from 22.6% to as low as 3.8% in 1952. What happened during this period has been documented in a small documentary, which I would like you all to watch. This is a 5 to 6 minute documentary. Please watch it. I don't know whether the audio was audible there. So just bear with us. India thus lost its glorious past of a nation to be called as a developed nation or a golden bird. The people at large started to view India as
ये बताओ तुम्हें ये क्लब कैसा लगा? अच्छा है। मगर चाचा जी, आपने तो कहा था कि ये क्लब अपने देश वालों का है। अपनापन तो यहाँ दिखाई नहीं दिया। माय गॉड, इंडियंस को अपनापन वहीं दिखाई देता है जहाँ मुरझाए हुए चेहरे और खाली पेट जी, और नहीं तो क्या। यहाँ देखो, हर आदमी खुशहाल नजर आता है। ना रोटी की फिक्र, ना कपड़े का गम, और ना घूंघट का झगड़ा। और एक तुम्हारा देश है मिस्टर, 4 रोटी में से 1 रोटी कर्जे की खाता है तुम्हारा देश। वो देश आपका भी तो है। गाली मत दो। जो देश दूसरों के रहम और करम पर पल रहा हो, वो देश मेरा नहीं। मेरा तो है। होगा। तुम उसे अपना समझते हो जो मदद लेता है, मैं उसे अपना कहता हूं जो मदद देता है। तुम लोग जमीन से पेट भर अनाज नहीं निकाल सकते और लोग चांद तक पहुंच गए। है कोई मुकाबला? जो चांद पे पहुंचे उनके सामने दुनिया ने सर झुकाया है। सर झुकाने पर फक्र करते हो। है कोई ऐसी बात तुम्हारे देश की जिस पर के सर ऊंचा कर सको? नहीं माय डियर बॉय, तुम्हारे देश ने कुछ नहीं किया। इंडिया's contribution is zero.
See what happened. The brightest jewel in the British crown became the poorest country in the world. India's independence was in itself a turning point in its economic history. The country was hopelessly poor as a result of steady deindustrialization by Britain. Illiteracy, abject poverty, and sharp social differences had cast doubts on India's survival as one nation. Former Prime Minister of India, Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri, emphasized the preservation of freedom is not the task of the soldiers alone. The whole nation has to be strong. Therefore, it is the moral duty of every Indian citizen to go self-reliant. Hence, India set up the Planning Commission in 1950s to oversee the entire range of planning, including resource allocation, implementation, and appraisal of various 5-year plans. The 5-year plans did help the Indian economy, but it never reached a remarkable success, which led us to the economic crisis. The signs pointing to India's 1991 economic crisis, its worst ever, were long evident. The country for the first time had to sell 20 tons of gold to the Union Bank of Switzerland to secure a $240 million loan. The Narasimha Rao-led government with Manmohan Singh as the finance minister had to launch a raft of economic reforms in the form of LPG to attain self-reliance without any external support. Everyone wants to be strong and self-sufficient, but few are willing to put in the necessary work to achieve the worthy goals. These were the words of our great leader, Mahatma Gandhi. This quote of Mahatma Gandhi was taken as a challenge by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. He raised a clarion call to the nation, giving a kickstart to the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, that is the Self-Reliant India campaign. His aim was to make the country and its citizens independent. Self-reliant in all respect was the goal. Various slogans of Atmanirbhar Bharat could be heard in his speeches, especially in his talks in Man Ki Baat. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. Make in India, local for vocal, and local for global. There are others also. A time when the world was suffering from a deadly pandemic, he planned to convert this crisis into an opportunity and strengthen its fight of becoming Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. As we know that every religion has its pillars, like 5 pillars of Islam. We have 4 pillars of Hinduism, and similarly, we have 7 pillars of Christianity, on which its principles are based, having primary function of support. Similarly, Prime Minister Modi defined 5 pillars of Atmanirbharta. Economy, to bring an economy that doesn't bring incremental jump but quantum jump. Infrastructure, which can become the identity of modern India. System that doesn't follow the norms of previous century. It should be able to fulfill our 21st century dreams with and technology driven. The vibrant demography, which is our strength. It is a source of energy for our dreams to make India self-reliant. And last but not the least, the demand. The demand supply chain is our power. We should use it to its full potential. Each of the pillars works in tandem with one another to bring essence of self-reliance. But a pillar, no matter how well constructed, can only serve its function if it is set on a solid foundation. Hence, the pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat were laid down upon the foundation of 5 I's. They were intent, inclusion, investment, infrastructure, and innovation. India has made a steady progress under these 5 pillars. Jan Dhan Yojana scheme was launched. 34.03 crores accounts were opened. 55% of new bank accounts were opened globally. Banking system came to the doorstep. Agriculture was boosted. Food security were provided. It ensured in all the 36 states and union territories. Jan Suraksha Yojana, Prime Minister Suraksha Bima Yojana, Prime Minister Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Atal Pension Yojana, and various others. Direct benefit transfer were provided into the accounts of individuals. The Pahal scheme of cylinder distribution was made. DBT transferred were made in 437 schemes. Keeping the farmers first, the price support system was introduced. Price deficiency payment scheme was introduced. Farm credit target was raised. Agriculture market infrastructure fund were set up. Tax incentives to promote agriculture was enhanced. Not only these, the schemes also identified the dignity of labor. Prime Minister Shram Yogi Manthan Yojana. Monthly pension was given to 60 years of age with monthly contribution of just rupees 100 and amount of rupees 3,000. This benefit was to 10.5 crore workers in an unorganized sector. Building the dreams of the homes, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana was started. It built up to 1 crore houses up to March 2022. Urban transformation was made to smart cities. 100 urban centers were chosen as smart cities up to 2003. 7,20,000 crores funding has been made to the smart cities. Roads and highways were connected. India has 62.16 lakh kilometers road network in the world, which is the second largest. In financial year 21, 13,298 kilometers of highway were constructed. Passenger vehicle sales increased by 16%. The government aims to construct around 65,000 kilometers of national highways by 2022. Railways were not left behind. Better safety system was implemented in the railway and 168% reduction was made in the train accident. Large high-speed train network corridors has been built to cut down the cargo's cost. An investment of 660 billion US dollar is required to upgrade the railways by 2030. Protecting the motherland with full might, modernization of defense forces has gone at full pace. INS Arihant completed its first deterrence patrol, established India nuclear triad. The science also took a change. World sees a new India through Jai Vigyan. ISRO sets a world record by launching 104 satellites in a single flight. GSAT 11 and multi-band satellite GSAT 29 were launched. INS IG India joined the allied list of the countries. Renewable energy has led India a global shift. India stands fourth in the wind power, fifth in the solar power, and fifth in the renewable energy. Government has invested over 40 billion USD dollar in green energy space. Other systems were also improved. Stringent actions and corruptions of black money was restricted. Special investigations teams were set up. Efforts against black money has been taken. 3.3 lakh shell companies were actioned. Education was not left behind. It has empowered with various IITs, openings of IIMs, IITs, 14 AIMS Institute, 20 institutes were declared as Institute of Eminence, Atal Tinkering Labs, Eklavya model residential schools have been set up. Yuva Shakti has been harnessed. Startup India took a pace. 61,400 startups have been recognized so far as on January 10, 2022. 42 Indian startups has entered in the Unicorn Club. And under the scheme of Mudra, 29.55 crore loans has been sanctioned. Skill development has taken a pace for the youths. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Over 16,502 training centers have been opened where approx 2.24 crore youngsters are trained every year. Sports has also been taken up with financial assistance of 5 lakh per annum for 8 years to talented players. Women have been empowered. Maternity Benefit Amendment Act 2017 was launched, where maternity leave was extended to 26 weeks. 49.88 lakhs women were paid maternity benefit. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Abhiyan. Sex ratio at the birth has been improved. Enrollment of girls in the institutes, colleges, and universities has increased. Multiple scholarships for education of girls have been commenced. Health sector has taken a special coverage under the Ayushman Bharat. Health insurance covers of up to 5 lakh family per year is under process. It provides free treatment in any public or over 16,000 impaneled hospitals. Now, the formula for Atmanirbhar is that we should go global. And this portion will be taken over by Muskan Malhotra.
Thank you, sir. Taking forward, India has never propagated the isolationist approach for self-reliance. We have always been a propagator of collaborative approach. Growing in isolation uses the mathematical formula of A square plus B square, but the growth using collaborative approach will lead us to use the arithmetical formula of A plus B whole square. Hence, Atmanirbhar Bharat calls for a collaborative approach to build competitiveness. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar clarified that the call for self-reliant India doesn't mean shutting down doors to globalization, but to grow with the world as a self-reliant India will have more to offer to the world. The collaborative and global approach of development is an Indian value system since ages. The Maha Upanishad mantra Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is, the whole world is one family, is a great demonstration of all inclusive attitude that our Indian tradition has. The Upanishad mantra is not a geopolitico socio-cultural statement, but a statement which has always been a strong pillar of thought and prosperity. Even the symbol swastika, along with the words Shubh Labh, donned in Indian homes during festivals, which signifies auspiciousness, good fortune, and prosperity, not only for us, but we believe in the prosperity of the entire world through collaborative efforts. Collaboration in the form of strategic partnership and alliances between individual nations for mutual benefits. A strategic partnership is merging of various nations for mutual profits. India has always embraced the concept of strategic partnership with several countries. The strategic partnership model can be a path to achieve the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. India has led the fight for Atmanirbhar Bharat in the climate change also. India played a leading role at COP21 in Paris. India spearheaded Solar Alliance with a commitment for setting up of International Solar Alliance. India's collaboration can be seen with other nations. In a historic first, the world heard the India story from Prime Minister Narendra Modi at World Economic Forum Davos. India secured representation in international tribunal. India secures membership of Wassenaar Arrangement and Australia Group. Thus, the world sees a new India. I would like to conclude in the words of our former Prime Minister, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. I dream of an India that is prosperous, strong, and caring, an India that regains a place of honor in the committee of great nations, and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
दुनिया से जाके बोल दो ऐसे जागो रे साथियों दुनिया की आंखें खोल दो लहरा दो सरकशी का परचम लहरा दो गर्दिश में फिर अपनी सरजमीं का परचम लहरा दो सरकशी का परचम लहरा दो
जय हिंद, जय भारत. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Let me introduce the chairperson of the session, Dr. Saurabh. Let me introduce the chairperson of the session. Hello. Hello. Let me introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Saurabh, Associate Professor, Department, Head, School of Business, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra, Jammu and Kashmir. He has teaching experience of 16 years, research experience of 10 years, administrative experience of 10 years. He has specialization in area of strategic management, sustainable and organization development, social innovation, and social entrepreneurship marketing. He has published more than 35 papers in national and international journals of science, A and B category and Scoopers. He has organized more than 25 national and international conferences. He has published more than 35 papers in national and international journals of science, A and B category Scoopers. He has organized more than 25 national and international level conference, seminars, FDPs, MDPs, and EDPs. He is Vice President of Indian Society of Agricultural Economics and Rashtriya Kavi Sangam Jammu and Kashmir, Sayojak Anusandhan Prakosht BSM, JK and Ladakh. He has given his consultancy to various projects. He has completed various major and minor research projects. He has authored various national and international books. Sir, I request you to guide us with your insightful words. Sir.
Thank you so much, the organizers of this conference, and I'm really indebted as well as very much blessed to have the opportunity of being with you through online mode, and that too after the galaxy of speakers, the great speakers, people who have really shown the world, shown the country the way to succeed, the way to operate, and also the way by which we can have pride in our own national assets. I also congratulate the organizers that they have chosen such a relevant and important topic. If I am able to contribute and provide some thought process, some input for everybody to think and rethink how we can create a path towards achieving the goals of our self-reliant Bharat. All the respected audience, the members who are present here, I would try to emphasize upon a small dimension wherein can we have a design for having a prosperous nation, which is the objective of the self-reliant Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. With the small introduction and the design of emphasis, we would try to see what does our own scriptures, our own thinking has provided. हमारा खुद का चिंतन हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ कहां ले जाता है. And therefore, I have tried to title this little talk of mine as Self-Reliant Bharat as the design for prosperous nation. There are a few questions that we asked for. And of course, when we had discussed, I was thinking and also hearing all the reverend speakers, I could find that many of the answers have been given. The questions that I'm raising again, just for reflection and thinking, I say that the answers have already been given. If my screen is visible, if somebody can confirm my screen is visible. Hello?
जी सर है विजिबल है स्क्रीन आपकी.
Thank you, so kind. Now herein, let's understand that the pillars that the speaker, Professor Saxena, has talked about, the 5 pillars of self-reliant Bharat, have been well defined. The economy, we have to strengthen the economy. We have to see that the goals of a trillion economy are achieved at the earliest. And for that, the infrastructure, and when we are talking of the infrastructure, it is the sustainable infrastructure is established, is created. The systems, the corporate governance, the governance mechanism is well established. With the technology, with the help of the technology, we are able to ensure the delivery mechanism for the happiness and the satisfaction of all, wherein we see that there is a participation of each and every citizen in the self-reliant Bharat, in establishing our goals. The demography, which is vibrant, which is happy, and of course, we are ensuring the sustainable demand. We are creating enough demand, balance of the demand, and seeing that at this particular site, there is a thought process, there is a chintan of how to balance responsible consumption without letting the demand come down, or rather with the optimization of the demand. So these are some of the, or rather these are the 5 strong pillars of having a self-reliant Bharat, the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But many of the speakers have talked about, and I'm also trying to add a little bit into this. What could be the tenets of an Atmanirbhar Bharat? Or what are the tenets of the Atmanirbhar Bharat? The very first that I could think of, can we have the inner confidence? Inner confidence, each and every citizen of Bharat has the skills and the capability to contribute towards the resource generation and also to contribute towards the growth, utilization of that resource towards the growth of our Bharat. Can we have that inner confidence? Can we create that inner confidence? Now that is a very big question, how this inner confidence will come. We will try and reflect upon this. Can we make our own decision? Can we reduce the dependency? And of late, if you see, in last few years, we have become self-reliant in many sectors. We have been taking our own decision. If you see, the quantum of dependence upon the defense equipments has reduced. The say of India, Bharat, in the global platform, on the global platform, has been or is being recognized. We are able to dictate the world, or rather we are able to put an impression of our decisions onto the world. We have the ability of taking our own decisions, whether it is to be part of any global madness or not. We are here to show the world that yes, we can take care of our community, our citizens. We can decide what to grow, what not to grow. We can decide what to import and what not to import, or even for that matter, export. So we can make our own decisions, accepting our strengths and accepting ourselves as we are. What we are, what our values are, what our traditional systems are, what are our strengths. We need to accept that. And we need to explore our strengths also at the same time. Then let's understand that we, with our strengths, have to have our own values, our own value system that we have in terms of the huge, strong knowledge base. Whether it is in terms of the scientific knowledge or whether it is in terms of the value-based knowledge, we have to re-explore, we have to go back into our roots. And can we get into it? Ultimately, now I can say the last point, last tenets of the Atmanirbhar Bharat is to decide where we want to go and what we want to be. We are having a clarity. The moment we say that we have to be the Vishwa Guru, we have to show the harmony or the path to harmony and the harmonious prosperity to the world. We have to define the dharma of being. We have to see the happiness across. What the speaker said, can we create the global community? Can. And yes, with our own commitment towards the carbon emission, own commitment of taking the initiative towards the climate change, we are showing the world what we are going to be. The few questions that still get into the in front of us, that how should we balance it? The question that should the focus of development that we have, it should be marked with the economic parameter of gross output, the growth, the employment, wage and income of the nation, and should there be the population or the development be defined in terms of the parameters of numbers of people getting education, houses, health, modern amenities, and if we are able to achieve that with our own inner core strengths, Should I call that India has developed, been prosperous and Atmanirbhar? There is a lot more to think on this. And the larger question is how to go for it. How to strengthen our strength to next level of sustaining the momentum of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Mind you, we have just opened the throttle. We have not, and we have largely lot to achieve. And therefore, the basic requirement that we can say, firstly, for having the prosperity, for having the development, for ensuring the Atmanirbharta, is that can we develop the capacity of our people so that they feel confident, and the people in terms of the capacity that they can work for the welfare of the society. Even when they are working on a shop floor of a manufacturing, the larger focus has to be how well it is going to serve to the purpose of the nation. Until unless a small foreman on the factory in the power generation plant has this responsible action, and he knows his responsible action with the sense of his contribution towards the working of the nation, to the prosperity of the nation. Can we do that? And of late, if you see, we have started doing this. The first level of the sense of understanding, sense of achievement, sense of contribution to the nation is something. The trust that we have to develop, or we have developed, is something that we have to work upon, still work upon more. And in order to complement the first, there is a requirement of the institutions, more institutions, trustworthy institutions, which are to be developed in such a manner that we are able to meet the human needs at the local and primary level. I repeat, we need to go to or till the local and primary level. Ladies and gentlemen, various agencies, government and non-government agencies, we are working on this, but still we need the system and institutions where the self-respect, pride and encouragement of involving the people towards the contribution of the nation, economic and social contribution of the nation for the local development is required. And henceforth, can we have relocalization? I'll be coming to this part of relocalization a minutes later. But then we need to look ahead, though the theme of the conference is about from Self-Atmanirbhar Bharat to globalization. The proposition that I'm putting henceforth is the globalization that we are eyeing is only possible when we can go for relocalization. When we can create mechanisms and systems which are strengthened enough, which are good enough to be self-reliant at the local level. And therefore, there's a requirement of understanding the knowledge system, the dynamics at the local level, the true knowledge at the local level, new things which are there in our scriptures, which are there with our elders, which are there with the people who are working at the ground level. We have our own traditional system of understanding the movement of the clouds by which we can say whether it is going to rain or not. We have our traditional systems to know and understand the topography of a land. We have our own traditional systems to understand the tenets of happiness of the individual, or even the complete Ayurveda provides you the way of living. And believe us, it is there at the local level. It is there which has to be pursued only to address the various environmental, developmental, social, and cultural issues. How to operate them, what and how to go back and re-localize for improving their functionalities. The interventions at the local level henceforth are required, which can be provided by the local people, wherein good standard of living can be improved. And henceforth, there is a requirement, as we said, to understand the strategic role of the enterprises or entrepreneurship to capture the indigenous knowledge and its dynamics to utilize the same for relocalization of economic activities through community development. And last few years of the COVID, they have also shown us the way. Whether we were living in the urban areas or semi-urban areas, we have started exploring. We have started looking into the new ways or the knowledge systems that we already had. And one of the basics was to explore what could be the various cuisines that we developed, that we understood, and the cuisines in such a manner that they are healthy cuisines. They are related to the cuisines which are for our well-being. We explored number of ways, number of things of how can we go for creating more harmony in the family. So there are number of ways, number of things that these last 3 years have shown us, and we have shown that yes, can we establish the systems which can be important for the local employment opportunity and henceforth sustaining the prosperity and development. Mahatma Gandhi, as such, had already said that an ideal Indian village should be so constructed as to lend itself to a perfect sanitation. It will have the cottages with sufficient light and ventilation built of a material obtainable within the radius of 5 miles of it. The cottages will have courtyards enabling householders to plant vegetables for domestic use and to house their cattle. The villages, lanes, and the streets will be free of all avoidable dust. It will have wells according to the needs and accessible to all. It will have houses of worship for all, also a common meeting place, a common village person for grazing its cattle, a cooperative dairy, primary and secondary schools in which industrial education will be the central fact, and it will have panchayats for settling disputes. It will produce its own grains, vegetables, fruits, and its own khadi. This is roughly my idea of a modern village. I am convinced that the villages can. I repeat, in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, I am convinced that the villages can, which I put up as local knowledge base, can understand under intelligence guidance, double the village income as distinguished from individual income. There are in our villages inexhaustible resources, not for commercial purpose in every case, but certainly for local purposes in almost every case. the greatest tragedy is the hopeless unwillingness of the villagers to better their lot. And that is a concern. That is where I see a gap is still which is there, where the prosperity is being seen. Prosperity is being seen. The self-reliance is being seen in the urbanized, developed areas, not into the local areas. So we need to understand that can we do something in terms of creating a complete Swarajya? Can we create a Atmanirbhar Bharat where we can move towards what we call it as a Sampurna Swaraj, a step ahead of a Purna Swaraj? Can we have a Sampurna Swaraj wherein the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, our value systems, they come, they embed together, they create a local village level social engagement? Where can we have Atmanirbhar Bharat, that people who are there at each and every corner, every inch of this land, are they able to be confident in themselves towards their contribution to the nation? Where is the answer? How to do it? The answer I could find and I propose in one line: Udyama with Dharma. And this Udyama with the Dharma is something which I have not said, which I am not proposing. It is proposed in Gita, Bhagavad Gita. It is said in our own scriptures. It is very much in our traditional stories, the folklores. The self-reliance wherein each and every individual has some kind of capability and capacity to contribute towards the growth of the nation, to have and contribute towards any one of the 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat, can only be there when we instill the 2 terms together. We instill the feeling of these 2 terms together in each and every individual. Udyamita with Dharma. The divine design of our scriptures have talked about the Purushartha. And Purushartha is all about 4 dimensions wherein we are looking forward towards Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. Wherein Dharma is being or doing actions with righteousness, with having the equanimity to all. Artha, wherein we are able to create the prosperity or the resources for all. Kama, wherein we are enjoying the resources, where we are seeing the resources, and moksha is not getting attached to the physical resources. And that is where our Purushartha towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat has to be the combination of Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha altogether. Now, we have been talking of the different sets of sustaining the world, society, and the human individual with the local knowledge, local systems. Our dharma, dhar itself is to sustain. And it is the root for sustainability, root for creating the confidence, root for having the confidence in each and every one. The design that I propose for Atmanirbhar Bharat, can we have more and more social enterprises? Can we create social entrepreneurship which can be based upon the dharma of seva, sadbhav, and sambhav, wherein sambhav is wherein we can go for the quality of behavior. Sadbhav, we are looking into the righteousness of the behavior, and the very much inbuilt local or something that we have got in our local society, the service on the wheel of dharma to get the samriddhi which we are aiming at, the development. And that is what the aim of Atmanirbhar Bharat is, the confidence that we can create amongst each and every individual. So the model or design for that we are proposing is regarding, can we have the instilling of this structure of seva, samabhav, and sadbhav on the wheel of dharma. Why? Because dharma is always, it keeps on revolving, changing with the time towards achieving the samriddhi. And this is with the help of what we call it as instilling the confidence at local level through relocalization. That is knowing our knowledge system, getting back to our knowledge system to achieve the prosperity. आप सभी को इसी के साथ इसी चिंतन शुभकामनाएं, और यदि कुछ प्रश्न है या कुछ हो तो मैं उसके लिए प्रस्तुत हूं.
So, thank you so much, sir. Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Now I request Dr. Lalwani, sir, for the final word.
रेड वाला दबा पर ज्यादा देर मत दबा. पकड़.
A warm good afternoon to all. We are in the end of first day of
दबा के रखो.
We are in the end of first day of 2 days international e-conference. As the famous quote says, thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude, and the gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. So, I, Dr. Amit Nanwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, on behalf of the Ramchand Bapu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, take an opportunity to express gratitude on day 1 of today's e-conference. Let me first of all start giving glory to Almighty God for making today's conference a resounding success. I extend a very hearty thanks to our management, Shri H.R. Babu sir, President, Dr. Vinki Rughani sir, Chairman, Dr. R.T. Kirpani sir, General Secretary, and Shri Neeraj Babu sir, Secretary, College of Health of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Committee, for giving us 3 hands to organize such a great conference. I am also grateful to respected dignitaries of management, Dr. Vinki Rughani sir, and Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, for their gracious presence in the inaugural program. Really, it was indeed pleasure for us for the presence. I would like to express a sincere thanks to Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, Vice Chancellor, G.S. Raisoni University, Amravati, for their keynote address. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor T.V. Katimani, sir, resource person, and Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehraman, chairperson of first technical session, for the very informative and inspiring talk. I am very grateful to Praveen Saxena, sir, for sparing time and giving consent to be resource person in second technical session for today's program. Sir, really it was indeed pleasure to hear you and enhance our knowledge on the topic of self-reliant India. I am also very grateful to Dr. Saurabh, sir, chairman of second technical session for today's program, for enlightening us with his great knowledge and wisdom words. Further, we are grateful to our sponsors, ASA Agrotech Private Limited, Akshat Jewelers, Paliwal Granite, Commerce Enhancement Cell, and Sarthi Alumni Association for their valuable support and guidance. I also extend my thanks to Mr. Madhur Mohta, sir, CEO ASA Agrotech, for his inspiring words. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Principal Dr. Yogesh Bhute, sir, I2SC coordinator, and Shri G.G. Rughani, sir, HOD Commerce, for perfect logistics support and guidance they have extended us for this conference. Well, dear participants, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months ago. It requires planning and a bird eye for detail. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by motivated and dedicated Dr. Satish Devani, sir, and Dr. Thadani, sir, vice principals and conveners of this 2-day international conference, who work shoulder to shoulder with the organizing committee to make this conference successful. A big thank you and deep regard to all the participants who actively participate physically and virtually in the conference. This conference has been very special by your gracious presence. Last but not the least, I thank Dr. Walke sir, Dr. Bhavna Chaudhary ma'am, Dr. Richa Kalyani ma'am, and Professor Pranay Wankhede sir for conducting today's program, and all teaching and supporting staff who worked hard to make this conference a resounding success. I would like to end by saying 2 lines: self-reliant, self-sufficient, self-standing, and self-supporting. That's the India of our dream. We, the citizens of India, will make it happen. Thank you, one and all. Have a great day. Dear participants, here we are concluding with the session of day 1 of 2 days international conference. Kindly join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, take care and stay tuned. Thank you.